Don't say Excuse me, I'm not sure if anybody can hear, but we're not able to hear any of the sound from the meeting itself. There we go.
Not going to hear it?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Hearing no more.
Move to approve the minutes as amended.
Or all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right. Minutes are approved. At this point, we'll move on to the public comment period. If you do wish to come up and speak during the public comment period, you'll have 3 minutes as an individual, 5 minutes as a group. If when you do come up, just please state your name and your address, and your address. I will say I suspect that the majority of you are here for one of the new business items. So please be aware that during the each new business item, there will be a chance for public comment at that point in time. So if you're here for a specific item, you can hold off on your public comments if you so choose, and then come up during that new business item. So having said that, at this point, is there anyone that would wish to make a public comment?
You did mention that there's the other items, right? Like that there will be a hearing on the auto camp.
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Ready?
Okay.
Here. Good evening, everyone. I'm Bobby Gaunt, and I'm privileged to chair the board of the Saugatuck Coastal Alliance. With me is Liz Engel. She and her husband Dave are residents and business owners in the township. And attending via Zoom is David Swan.
Can't hear. We can't hear.
The microphone on.
Thanks.
So let me try speaking.
Okay. Is this better?
May have died.
It is better.
Is it-
We're doing the best that we can.
Don't turn away from the mic.
Okay,
Keep it
sorry. Okay,
up. Close, close, close.
okay.
That's it.
How's this? So I'll get to the point. We are here this evening to ask that the planning commission hold a public hearing to terminate the special approval use permit granted to North Shore of Saugatuck in 2017. One of the conditions of the 2017 permit was that the project begin no later than March 15, 2018. Given that work has not yet begun, we are formally requesting that you hold a public hearing to terminate the permit and require the developer to reapply should they desire to pursue construction of their proposed marina. This is similar to what is occurring with the 5-year permit granted in 2018 to North Shore by the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, or ABLE. The state permit expired in January of this coming year because work has not yet begun. Consequently, the developer is in the process of reapplying for a new permit. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to your decision. And we passed out a packet that includes a letter, a copy of my remarks, a Q&A relative to what you're requesting, and also an opinion from our law firm, Scott Howard, relative to the expiration of the permit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak to her? Yes, you may. Just come up and say your name and your address and
I'll start right now. Rupture horse 6563 here in Bay Drive. And I've lived here 5 years and I love it. Passionate about it. Don't know any of you, but I probably know of you. And I met Chad here. I've gotten to know him. And I've read about what he's trying to do, and I'm here in support. All I can say is Cape Cod, Yosemite, Russian River, Joshua Tree, Saugatuck. What a great opportunity we have to have that campground. And I'm just here in support. And I'm letting everyone know. Good luck.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
This is Maury Medina. I'd like to say a few words.
I'm sorry, we haven't gotten to the Zoom people yet, so.
Christy Freeze, 6543 Sanctuary Trail. My concern is on A and B with rezoning from residential to C1. I think that whole area with obviously residential and commercial businesses, obviously we've known what is what. And I think when you're considering rezoning something, that it needs to be considered also with people that are currently there too. Because I think that's very important. It's not just, obviously we knew when we moved in what areas were C1 and that type of thing, but this is a big change that would affect us, absolutely. And I think it's important in the rezoning piece. And certainly in the special approval use, I would again assume that it needs to be attention in the detail of what that is, that just because something could be there doesn't mean that it can be there. And for the whole area to be in consideration when you're looking at those things.
Thank you. And I'll repeat that we will have public comment at the beginning of each item as we go through the agenda. So once again, if you have a comment that's unrelated to the new business and you'd like to speak this time, feel free. It is the public comment period, but just know that you will have an opportunity after each new business line item. So is there anyone else that has any public comment at this point? We asked the Zoom people.
Yes.
Hi, this is Adam Ghana. I live at 3493 66 Ave. Part-time. I am just calling in to say that I support the Airbus campground. I think it's a great idea. I'll be living across the pond from it, and I think it's a great opportunity for the area.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Hello, this is Maury Medina. I also own property on 66. My wife and I are planning on building there, hopefully within the next year. From everything I've read about this auto camp, it sounds like a great draw to Saugatuck, the community, and something that we'll be neighbors on, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, hearing none, at this point, I will close the public comment period. And we will move on to old business. Seeing there is none, we'll move on to new business. So the first item on the agenda is the rezoning for it's like 3 different parcels. And one of them 20-003-041-00 is a partial rezoning from R1 to C1. Parcel number 20-003-063-18 is a partial zoning from R1 to C1 as well. And 20-003-071-00 is also a rezoning all from R1 to C1. So at this point, I will open up the public comment period. Reminding you that this item here is specific to the rezoning. So there will be, item B is, there will be another public hearing for the special approval use, which will actually be more specific to the auto camp project, but this one here is specific to just changing this, discussing the rezoning of the 3 parcels that I just mentioned. So at this point, I'll actually go down we'll try to do this a little more organized because I suspect more people will come up. So at this point, we will start with row 1. And all right, yep.
All right.
Just state your name and address. Once again, you have 3 minutes unless you're speaking on behalf of groups. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thanks everyone for the opportunity. My name is Bob Klein. I live on 1007 Holland Street. Again, it'll be simple, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Auto Camp. The love I have for the area is the businesses we have, the shops, the restaurants, and everything else that goes along with it. And the tourists are what brings everything that we have and what I get to enjoy here in the town. So for me, it's just another opportunity for people to come and stay with us and see what we're about. It seems like that there's a lot of people want to hang out here. It seems like we could use more places for them. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from row 1? No. Row 2? Row 3? I'm gonna start losing my ability to count with the row. Going from row 3, row 4, row 5. Yeah.
Ben Clark, 3511 Whiteside Lane. I guess my concern here is not necessarily the fact that we're doing development so much as the nature of the development. We are talking about putting in a 112 spot campsite with 1 exit onto Blue Star Highway, is my understanding. Would we put a 100-room hotel in the same location with the same traffic concerns? I am very concerned that no consideration is made for the amount of traffic that this will generate going into and out of downtown along Holland Street and on Blue Star, which is quite dangerous there already. Anyone who's turned into dairy days in the summertime knows what I'm talking about.
No.
So I know that there was some consideration for a light or a study, but I do think it's going to warrant more than a casual perusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Second.
Hi. So I don't need a microphone, by the way. I'm Barb Wett, 6412 Sandbrook Lane. We've lived here almost 10 years, and like you, we are here because we love this community. I love everything about it, the diversity. I love the landscape and the wonderful people. And I would love this auto camp, but I don't want it there, to be perfectly honest. We have so much more land on the other side of the highway and so many other places. But if you think about, and I'm gonna directly respond to Sequoia, Yosemite, Zion, do we have that kind of land? Do we have that kind of infrastructure? Absolutely not. And when you're putting 112 campsites and a brewery and dairy days, and how many of us stand in line for, however long to get dairy days, and that auto camp, what is that gonna do? I mean, we already have craziness on Blue Star Highway. So I'm all about it. I'm 100% for it. Not there though. I think it'd be a great add to town. We love town, although we don't go downtown very much because there are so many visitors. However, I'm for it, just not there. I think it's going to cause danger to our residents and too much congestion. So I agree, it should be here, not there. And it shouldn't be rezoned for that purpose. Absolutely not. That's not what it was meant for. So, thank you.
Anyone else in that row? I think I was on 5.
Yes.
Row 6.
I'm Annie Van Dyke and I live at 6543 Sanctuary Trail. And I am a lover of camping or glamping, whatever you want to call it. And I go quite often, but I do not think there's any place for this in the area they want to put it because it directly affects the residents around them. And as I read through all the responses, I think they look really good, you know, they coded some things. I don't really trust where this is coming from because of some prior development issues with our nice little ski lake that we have. I don't trust that they aren't just going to do what they want to do. You know, and then ask for permission afterwards. That being said, I think it's going to change the character. And I don't, if you think you're not going to hear noise there, living on Sanctuary, I hear spectators every weekend. No berm, no trees are going to change that. You know, the noise floats over that. So there's going to be noise, there's going to be increased traffic, and it's dangerous pulling out of our road. And I know down the road it's dangerous. And so, you know, safety is a big issue. I don't know about this burning wood. They didn't say what kind it was, so I couldn't research it because I would like to, you know, manufactured stuff. You never know what's put in it. The traffic study was done on Tuesday. All day Tuesday? Really? Why not do it Thursday through Sunday? That's when the traffic's really here. And that said it had 15,000 trips per day. Imagine a weekend for those of you who are out and about on the weekend. You know, that they talked about it will be rare if people have campfires. Who goes camping and doesn't have campfires? I mean, that's a normal thing. So that's why I'm having a little bit of a time trusting everything that's put out here. And I just ask that you think about how it's going to change the character of that whole area, along with the safety issues, because I think those are 2 big things. And it would be a shame to have to live across from a campground. You know, put it out of town. I would love it out of town, but I don't think it belongs in a residential area. Thank you.
I'll go on to the next row, but I'll remind you that this is, we're discussing a rezoning on this item. There will be a time to speak about the auto camp one after the next one. So this is specific to the, you know, to the rezoning from R1 to C1 and R1, but it is a public comment. So public hearing on that. So anyone left in row 6? 7? 8, 9, 10?
Joe Aronouts, I'm at 3483 Blue Star. And specific to the rezoning, I guess, it's really to do with traffic. If you decide not to rezone and the brewery doesn't happen and the campground doesn't happen, I guess I would submit that we have a problem on Blue Star Highway with the volume and speed of traffic. And we need to do a study, not waiting and seeing, or we need to make some changes or address it, not waiting to see if these developments happen. The traffic's too fast. You can't make left turns all summer long. There's lots of examples that we could look to. Hamilton, M40, 40 miles an hour with the center turn lane. There's options, but regardless of the camping and the brewery, this corridor is just way too fast, way too much traffic. And we can't stop the volume, but we can control the speed, right, and how it moves.
right, is there anyone else live that would like to say anything? No? Okay, then we'll move on to this Zoom call. No,
I guess.
no one?
Nick Wallace.
Oh,
Hi, can you guys hear me?
yes.
Yes.
All right, my name is Nick Wallace. I live at 3524 Dugout Road. I would just basically reiterate everything that people have said previously throughout this meeting, but also just I'm urging you guys to deliberately and effectively consider the implications of all of this, the traffic it will bring, the very nature of the amount of development that is occurring within the area, especially over the last couple years, the complete removal of essential habitat very close to a very critical habitat along the lake shore. It's not something I think the area needs. People are talking about how Saugatuck is a tourist economy and how, you know, we need more space for the people coming here. People have been coming here for decades, and there's just, it's the amount of space we make available for people isn't necessarily going to, you know, it's just something I don't believe suits the character of the surrounding area. The density's too high, and it frankly just seems unnecessary. And that's all I'd like to say.
Hi, Scott Waringa. I own two homes, one at 6618 Dugout Road, which is very near the property in question. The other one is 3468 Holland, which again is very near the property in question. My comment is directly to the rezoning. I've sat in on, I forget if it was a board meeting or a planning commission meeting, where someone came in to talk about options for building affordable housing. And I think there was a heavy emphasis on the need for more housing in the Saugatuck Douglas area. Right now we have a fantastic tourist economy, but we don't have the workers to support it. I mean, how many of us have wanted to go for lunch at the Southerner, or I think Isabel's closed down for a little bit this September? There aren't the workers nearby because there isn't affordable housing. And I know we can't mandate that affordable housing is built here, but they're not making any more land. This is zoned residential. And the minute we rezone it to commercial, it's not available for residential anymore. The owner knew that it was zoned residential when he bought it. I think he's just looking for an opportunity to make a buck and unload something because his whole water ski plan didn't go through. And as Nick pointed out, I would just urge you to move very slowly on this. And just I don't know, the saying "fool me once, shame on you; fool me twice, shame on me" comes to mind. So I just want you to really evaluate everything. Thank you.
I think there's one more.
That's all.
That was it?
There's one more.
This is David Swan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm at 345 Griffith in Saugatuck, and the proposed change of zoning raises many questions that I think the community needs to have answered. And I'd love to hear what the township commissions or committees have to say about this. The Rural Character Committee, the Blue Star Committee. I think some of the work they've been doing is very important for the future of our community. I also think the Planning Commission needs to consider the impact of lighting, of noise, hours of operation in moving forward with such a considerable zoning change. And also, encourage all the planning commissioners to spend time looking at maps and really consider how the proposed change would change the essential character of the neighborhood, which from my perspective consists of a conservation easement, which connects to Talmadge Woods, which connects to Mount Baldhead Park, Saugatuck Harbor Natural Area, also connects to a possible conservation area to the north, and eventually the Patty Burkholz Natural Area, and of course Pine Trail Canyon. So I encourage the Planning Commission to go very, very, very slowly and very deliberately, and perhaps consider tabling this and allow the citizenry to come forward in another month once we've all had a chance to digest what the property owner and developer are bringing forth. I think the Planning Commission in the past has moved far too quickly, and we've seen the results of that. And I encourage you all to just be cautious. That's it. Thank you all.
Everyone?
One more.
One more.
Hi, I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand, but I unmuted myself. Excuse me, my name is Chad Bassett. I live downtown Saugatuck. I wanted to comment specific to the rezoning. When I look at Blue Star Highway, I look at it as a fantastic business corridor from the Ivy House to Starlight Resort to Burger King to Blue Star Gym to Dollar General and a large hotel, the Best Western. It's a fantastic use of that property to encourage more development there that seems highly in line with what has already been done on Blue Star. And this seems from an entrance and exit standpoint that it's specific to Blue Star and a great location at the north exit as well. Thank you so much for allowing me to comment.
Yes, thank you. That's it. I do see one hand raised. Is that?
That was
has
the
that already
Next
been-
one.
That's already been covered.
Put your hand down,
Okay.
David.
All right. Okay. So seeing no more, at this point, we'll close the public hearing. And we will so then we'll move on to whether the property owner would has anything to offer or to say or regarding the rezoning.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Chad Van Horn, my wife Jenny and I own the property, the subject property here. I just would like the commission to know, first, thanks for being here and hearing us.
Chad, could you?
I thought I was loud enough.
No, it works if you are.
It's not. So, anyway, Jenny and I own the property. Thanks for having us and hearing our thoughts and our proposal. I just wanted to comment that we did actually due diligence when we acquired this property and research the zoning, and a good portion of it is zoned commercial C1. The balance of it, I referred to the 2016 Tri-Community Master Plan and reviewed that in detail before we acquired the property. And it's clearly identified in the 2016 Tri-Communities Master Plan that was I put in place by the comments of the people of the communities. That this property that we're requesting the rezoning for from R1 to C1 was slated to be a commercial zoned area. So I just wanted to make that clarification, like, no, we did do that diligence. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Lene, you wanna?
Sure,
Listen.
happy to. So, as mentioned previously, we have, 3 parcels that are identified in zoning. One parcel, the entire piece would be rezoned from R1 to C1, and then the remaining 2, it's just partial rezoning where the current parcel is split zoned. Part of it is commercial and part is residential. You do have information in your packet with some images that show the proposed rezoning, the boundaries, the master plan as well. And we go through several different standards and qualifications when considering a rezoning. These aren't found in your ordinance per se, they're more best practice. As you all know, we're updating our zoning ordinance and we will have very succinct review standards in the new ordinance, but suffice it to say, we have standards that we use in the planning and zoning practice that we like to rely on. So the first is whether the proposed zoning district is more appropriate than any other zoning district. And for this one, you know, we do look at the master plan. We do look at what other parcels are zoned that are classified in the master plan similarly, right? So you look at that master plan and it shows commercial pretty much up and down the corridor, especially north of this subject site. Those properties are also zone C1 and they're designated the same way as this one in the master plan. The property cannot be reasonably used as zoned. They could, they certainly can still be used as residential. Some of them have recently been used as residential. And residential is allowed in the Blue Star overlay, so it could be used as it is zoned today. The proposed zone change is supported and consistent with the goals and policies of the future land use map adopted by the township. As I mentioned in item number 1, this land is designated as mixed use residential / commercial, and R1 is consistent with that commercial designation. And again, the master plan, as even the owner identified, and as we all know, was and is an expression of the future vision for the township when it comes to land use. And so that is the document that we rely on for any future land use decisions and any future zone change decisions. It was developed in a public process and it was adopted via public hearings, and it followed all of the requirements when it was adopted that the state has laid out. D, the proposed zone change is compatible with the established patterns surrounding uses and surrounding zoning in terms of environment, density, traffic, aesthetics. So the surrounding land uses are commercial to the east and the south, north. So to the east and the south, north and west are residential and planned for residential. Along the Blue Star corridor, much of that zoning pattern is commercial. And so certainly it's a mix, right? It's not all one thing, it's not all the other. And we do allow a blending of uses on that corridor because historically it has been a blend. And I wasn't here when we developed our first zoning map or our first ordinance, but it seems that the fact that we allow both residential and commercial may be a way to accommodate both of those and not create non-conforming uses. So I guess in terms of suitability, it's suitable for either potentially, but it is a commercial corridor, especially kind of near that interchange. All the potential uses allowed in the proposed zoning district are compatible with the site's physical, geological, hydrological, or other environmental features. So a couple of things on this one. This is within the groundwater overlay area. So there are some hydrologic and kind of geologic matters that would need to be considered during any future site plan review. When it comes to the zoning district itself, C1 allows by right for things like hotel, motel, car wash, sports facilities. Those could all be done right now without a special approval use. Like a campground, and again, we know that's their intended future use, but rezoning to C1 could enable any use in that district. Letter F, the change would not severely impact traffic, public facilities, utilities, and the natural characteristics of the area, or significantly change density or compromise health, safety, and welfare. So if approved, the rezoning would not increase the overall land area devoted to commercial contemplated in the master plan. So again, our master plan showed a certain geography of commercial, and they're not asking for more than that. They're asking to stay consistent with that. It's hard to determine whether there's a traffic impact, public facilities, utility impact, because we don't know the end use for sure. We know that they're interested in a campground, but there's nothing to say that Auto Camp could decide to not do this project and the zoning could continue. We also don't have jurisdiction over our roads. And we know that here at this table, we work in collaboration with the road commission and the design of the Blue Star Highway is under their jurisdiction, and even the speed limit is really the state police have jurisdiction over that. The rezoning would constitute and create an isolated unplanned district contrary to the master plan. So the rezoning would not create an isolated unplanned district. It would be consistent with the master plan. The change of present district boundaries is consistent in relation to existing uses. Construction on the site will be able to meet the dimensional regulations for the proposed district. The comment here is, if approved, any development would require site plan review and approval, and that's when we would check those things. That there was a mistake. There was no mistake in the original zoning classification. J, adequate sites are neither properly zoned nor available elsewhere to accommodate the proposed uses. Well, there are many areas in the township zoned for C1 and agriculture, and both of those districts allow a campground. So we can't say that there's no other land available for this. This is one of many potential lands available for this. So those are some things to think about as you deliberate this. And just a reminder that this would be a recommendation to the township board. The recommendation can be to approve, to deny. You could also postpone. You cannot put conditions on the rezoning. And even if you recommend denial, it still goes to the township board. They still make the final decision with or without a recommendation by the planning commission. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Okay, well, at this time, we'll open up to the commissioners, and why don't we, does anyone want to start?
I have a question. Sure. So the master plan was created in 2016, is that right? I'll jump in because I was. I've been here longer than you. That was the third time, the second time it was updated and voted on by the two cities in the township. Okay. I believe the original date was 2006 or 8, 5.
I thought it was 5.
Yeah, okay. It was supposed to happen every 6 years, so it might have been 5, 12, whatever, but 16 was the last time. There's not been another complete review and update since then, although the two cities and the township recently kind of voted to say it's in place.
So what is it a foregone conclusion that this property and properties adjacent to it on that corridor are going to be C1 based on the master plan?
So, John, I see you have that map.
And if so, when did that happen?
So no, there's no real say foregone conclusion, but when a land use plan comes out like this in a master plan,
if someone were to purchase these lands, and maybe right now this is residential and our plan says industrial, they could come in and ask for it to be rezoned industrial based on this plan.
Okay.
And it's really just a question of timing. The state of Michigan, the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act says that zoning shall be based on a plan. And it's this plan throughout the state of Michigan, you know, most communities have this future land use plan that is the basis of future zoning decisions.
So we have a future land use plan states that this property and properties adjacent to it will be C1.
That's right.
There's no time frame on when that conversion occurs. We just, that's just,
Market
okay,
kind of thing.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sometimes they never change.
Thanks.
Well,
I would,
I'll make- oh, sorry.
I would add that. You know, I was or am the chair of the advisory planning commission on economic development. So it does seem consistent. Development, further development of the Blue Star corridor is an economic driver. Not necessarily a residential driver, although that could be part of it, so.
My comment, Renee, in regards to that future land use plan is, as we look at their parcel, which is their first parcel, they want to rezone completely. If I look at the future land use plan, I don't see that parcel within that area that been recognized to move from an R1 to a C1. And I've looked at future land use map and I still just don't see that parcel within that area. Unless I'm looking at a different map, I mean, I've looked at maps provided by the applicant as well as what's in the book. I don't see that particular parcel indicated within that our future land use would move from an R1 to a C1.
Well, I think we need to look specifically at what you're looking at.
So
I'm
which
looking
can
at
you
this
name?
parcel right here, that parcel. That they want to take, which is the 7071-00, the first one, rezoning the whole from R1 to C1. As I look at what is provided by Allegan County, as well as what's been given by the applicant, as well as what's in our book, I don't see that parcel within that planned use to go from an R1 to a C1. Am I seeing my land use map differently? I must be.
I
I
guess
guess
if
we
you
could
do
debate
it,
that.
I guess, yes, I mean, I would like, if you look at this.
Yeah, again, it doesn't show the parcel line, so that can be
does not show the
interpreted
parcel lines,
differently.
And it's very fuzzy.
Yes, it is. However, if
agree.
you look at some other maps, I would disagree that is within that area.
And there are some. I mean, I think that's something that would require some conversation and looking at over these papers.
Okay, should I just continue?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to looking at not just the future land use map, but also associated with the master plan in its entirety. In regards to what we really look for in regards to the future of this particular community. There are several areas in going from an R1 to a C1. We talk about housing quite a bit and within the master plan, and I can provide you all the page numbers. The overarching goal on page 1-2, it talks about housing, and on pages 1-4, about the 10 tenets of smart growth. In regards to page 10-13, in regard to all housing, as we move and we take away land that we identified as for residential for housing, I believe those are really an issue associated with going from the R to the C1. And
I am having little problems with, really changing zoning from residential to commercial. And I can give you more specifics in regards to those pages and read particular text, but within that, it talks about how we need to preserve residential, and one in particular, if I got my sticky notes right here, it talks about do not prematurely zone land for commercial use. And I just really question whether we are prematurely changing residential to commercial. I like it. You want all the pages?
No, just that last one.
Page 13-6.
Thank you.
In regards to key strategies.
Can I ask for clarification, please?
Yes.
Did you not say a few minutes ago that if this property or any property was rezoned to C1 commercial, it could still be used for residential? Did I understand?
Well, we have a Blue Star Highway overlay.
Right.
Which allows for residential PUDs, it allows for apartment, multifamily, residential.
No,
Under
it's-
a PUD process.
And it was just 2 or 3 years ago, this body voted to go the other way around. We took a Blue Star property that was C1 commercial and rezoned it to residential. So the person that bought a business could turn it into a house.
Yeah.
For my time.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago, though, but it was before a lot of your time.
Want to keep it on the side of the table, Ken? What do you think? At the table?
So, I guess my thought is, and I would probably defer to the township attorney, but the fact that I don't think we should keep rezoning properties and just say, we don't have jurisdiction over the road. But we have a traffic problem.
Right.
And I can't see doing anything that makes that traffic problem worse over something I don't have any control over anyway. But I don't think we can just punt it and say, well, we don't have control over it, so we're gonna just keep rezoning. I don't, we're a planning commission, we're supposed to be looking ahead, and so, you know, and I know when we get to the second one, I'm gonna bring up water capacity and sewer capacity, but I don't think the fact that we don't have the jurisdiction to control the speed and the width, I mean, do I want a left turn lane like Hamilton at 40 miles an hour? Yeah, and you can tell me how to get that through the Township Road Commission, the county. I don't think we keep ignoring that. And maybe that was true in 2016 when we looked at this plan. I just moved here 2 years ago, and I can tell you, if you're riding your bike along Blue Star Highway on that bike path, you are on constant alert and trying to look all the way around because you never know when that car is coming at you. I've been hit by one car. I'm not looking for a second one.
Yeah, just to build on what Ken's saying, I guess I might be out of turn here, but I have an overall disagreement with the premise that the development of the Blue Star Highway as a commercial corridor is a good thing for the community. I don't buy that. It's a lifeline to Saugatuck, Douglas, and everybody who lives along that whole area, and to push aside the interests of safety and convenience and kind of a quiet township avenue to a big commercial corridor. It doesn't make any sense to me. I totally agree with what Ken's saying, is that we keep punting the ball over to the Highway Commission. Well, we may not have control, but we can have influence. And I think it's time we exert our influence in no uncertain terms to get them to do something. But to keep adding more problems with big commercial developments on this highway is it's gonna be, one of these days, it's gonna be a disaster. And I don't want to be around when that happens. Honest to God, it's gonna be awful.
Say, you guys have been very consistent with this, and I think it's a bit blown up and exaggerated, but it is our economic corridor. But in terms of the road, this could be
Who's
the
economic
best way to
corridor?
get the road
Who's economic
commission's
corridor?
attention.
Who's economic corridor?
Saugatuck Township, you served on the Economic Development Committee.
Right, and having it a commercial corridor, I don't think is consistent with the nature of the community we want to have. So there's all kinds of ways to do it. We've got so much commercial activity in Saugatuck and Douglas to add to pile on more commercial and resort type activity onto a community that can barely absorb it now is I don't think it's a good idea. So it's all kinds.
I know.
You know, the example of one of the things that's coming up on the agenda, which is a really good example of something that I'm doing, is the Holland Hospital project. Is a wonderful thing to have on there, and it's a whole different kind of deal. But
No, it's gonna cause traffic too.
but the other thing, to add one more comment, is that we can't look at the traffic situation with regard to specific projects. We've got to look at, back up and look at a macro view. So let's stack up the auto camp, the brewery, and the hospital project. Those three projects, and think about what kind of traffic and situation is going to add to that two-star highway, and then we'll pump the ball to the highway group, and they won't do anything. So we're just adding fuel to the fire, and I mean,
Well, what I said was, I think if we did do some more commercial rezoning, that would get us further up a priority list with the road commission.
it's a noble goal. I don't know if it'll happen or
Because
not.
there's no other way to get to their attention.
Well, I think
Believe me, we've worked with them a lot. And as you know, you've heard me say this, they have agreed. They're going to install a roundabout at Old Allegan Road in 2024. We're gonna be the first one in the county, which is a good thing. But in terms of other traffic studies and speed limits, that's in their purview. It's not in the planning commission.
It their way.
What?
We keep pushing it to them.
Because that's the only way we can do it.
But we can keep piling on the projects to make it even
Well,
worse.
I'm just saying that would get more of their attention than say, let's keep it all residential. That's all I'm saying. That's how it works. The county rules the roads.
Sorry, thanks.
Gordon, well, I'm curious, I mean, I'm the youngest, I've been here the least amount of time of anyone, but are we stuck in this chicken or egg thing with the road commission? Or we say, hey, a lot of projects are coming, we're gonna add burden to the roads, we need your support, we want you to weigh in. And they say, well, are the projects sold? Are they gonna happen? Or are you thinking about them happening, right? And do they only take action when it's done? And the extra burden is officially happening. It'd be a shame if that's the only way that we can collaborate together.
I believe they get involved, and you may know more about this than I do, but I believe they get involved when in the application stage.
The application for a project like this, they get involved.
They get copies.
Okay, so they're aware of the potential wave coming, right?
Yeah.
They won't be in a position to just wait until a tragedy occurs to wake up and say, hey, now we got to do something. That's not going to happen.
They are aware, but I mean, typically with those types of entities, and I'm not as familiar with ours as other ones in the state, but it is more reactive in terms of like, oh, we're seeing high incidents of crashes at this intersection. Now it's time to do something.
Exactly.
And we're not. Again, I've said this before, since the township paid to put in those speed signs on Blue Star approaching Old Allegan from either way, there's not been one accident at that intersection. Those kind of things work. And we paid for that. The commission put it in. Just say, there are things that can be done.
But I think to follow that up,
it wasn't the road commission that made those improvements. It's the township board said, we have people who are crashing here every summer. So we, you know, they paid for the signs, they put them in.
We pay for the sign, they put it in.
Well, yes, but only because here's a free sign. Let's maybe, can we do something about these crashes? Oh, yeah, we'll get you in 2024 budget committee.
So the leadership and the action took place here.
Here.
Yeah.
Not at
But often it's not heard. We've had other instances when they've said, we have to go by our protocols, and they wouldn't listen to what some of the board were asking. And the same thing, and you've heard this before too. Whenever a speed study happens, sometimes the result is the commission, county raises the speed. It's happened on my street. I live on a residential street, 64th Street back here off of Clearbrook. It's 40 miles an hour. It went down to 35 going south. They asked for a speed study. They put in the thing, the counters. They raised it 5 miles. So it's not all, it's complicated working with the road commission. Sorry, but I know we digress, but it keeps coming up, and I don't think that is essential to the question of a rezone.
Well, and that is back to the, I mean, I think we can all agree that, I mean, the community feels that there's an issue with traffic along the Blue Star Corridor. But back to the zoning question, any other comments regarding that?
I might just say that I'm hesitant to approve it. I've been on the Attainable Housing Committee, and I hate to lose more land to commercial that's currently zoned expansion. That's a feeling that I have. Township.
But my understanding is you wouldn't.
Pardon me?
My understanding is you wouldn't
I wouldn't what?
lose that.
Because of the overlay?
Yeah,
That there's
a
still
commercial
like-
zone can still be a residential housing complex.
If they come back with a plan.
Right.
It seems like you're doing it the hard way, leave it residential. But especially since I can't do anything with the road commission. On a timely basis.
And I come back to myself and I ask, you know, we had asked, is this the right place for commercial? You know, to change commercial, and my gut tells me yes. I mean, we're on Blue Star Highway. It's the main drag into between Holland Street and the highway. I've always felt, I mean, for years that was the area that was most primed for development in the future. And it seems to be working out that way. I mean, with what's on the agenda for tonight, what was on the agenda for last month. And so then I twist it and just to kind of ask myself, okay, well then, is it the right place for residential? And granted, we already have residential there, so we can't do anything with that. But so then I kind of go back and forth too, because I see the logic in the commercial part of it, because it's on that side of Blue Star. I mean, you have the Napa store to the one side, you have a former motel that was there, that was commercial, and then that piece in between, and you know, and a good portion of that is already commercial, and it abuts to it. I know we made a change with the Dollar General because it made sense to make the piece fit a little better, to turn it into to convert some residential to commercial, and then we swapped it over. So as I think about it, I see it. I see the logic for commercial there. But I also hear everyone else's concerns, you know, as far as, you know, what we're doing here. But anyways, my thought is it tends to make sense to me for a commercial piece there, but once again, I also see, you know, where everyone else is coming, so.
It is.
Can I make
a
a comment in regards to your statement in regards to the land down on, or Dollar General down on 89? We did swap it, but when we swapped it, we lessened the commercial and increased the residential.
That's true.
So that's different. That's a different circumstance than what we have here, is that we're taking away residential and not swapping it with anything. So
And
I don't know how we can compare the
I viewed it
two.
more as making the piece more, it made the piece contiguous and made more sense to be able to do something commercially on it. That's how I was looking at it, not necessarily the commercial versus residential portion of it.
However, is that not one piece that they want, which is plot 041-00 is the last one. Isn't that particular piece that they are requesting would be able to, is it already zoned C1, that's where the hotel is and so forth? That they would be, that something can be done there commercially, it's already zoned C1.
That's right.
So why expand commercial into a residential area when it's not really necessary? Because something can be done on that commercial corridor with that particular piece that's already there, that is already zoned C1. So
But that
I'm
property
really
is
struggling with.
Quite small.
But
I would just-
but we have to rezone, with the request, the rezoning is, if we rezone that whole piece, anything can go in there, and it's like, well, that,
Well, not anything, but.
well, sure. in
Well, I have a
C1.
question though, of the current properties here.
Mhm.
We all know that the current commercial district in yellow on this chart is the former Shul Motel.
Right.
Which I think's been
Right.
abandoned for maybe 2 years. So. This
That's
other
okay.
property surrounding it that we're discussing that is currently residential. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's one residential home on that property.
So.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anyone propose something. And they could, even if it's rezoned commercial, is my understanding. So I don't see the danger in the commercial designation. Again, it's on the Blue Star corridor, it's surrounded by businesses. It's, we rezoned the corner across from Spectators where Newsstand is. That had been residential because there was a house on it, not because the plan was to make that area residential. It's in between a gun shop, a gas station, and a restaurant, so I'm just saying.
I'm just trying to think of the area as a whole, like even the North Shore, right? North Shore development, is that what you're, no, it's
The storage.
Oh,
the Padnos, yeah, it's the
Bosgraph's
is it North?
condos and warehouses.
Well, because that had a small commercial corner that we expanded to like 13 acres.
Right.
No, it's not immediately across the street. I think it was somewhere around 13 acres. Yeah. Because that was a small little corner right at 65th and 135th and Blue Star there. And then we ended up expanding it into a much larger area. And I know as a kid, there were homes all up and down 135th Street on that north side that are now no longer there. And so that portion kind of turned into commercial. Now the nice thing about that development is to the north there is all that's going to stay, trees and wooded and but so I mean, obviously there won't be any homes going in there. However, you do have residential to the whether it be to the west. And there are homes in there. That's where the pond is and I think there may even be talk of, future homes in that area there as well. So, and that would abut that residential.
I think what Denise spoke to initially though, about is this one parcel and a parcel that was going to be that is to be in the future become commercial is not in that parcel. That is not designed to be residential. We we decided it should stay as residential. And since Lene wants to review the map to see one of these three parcels, is that true? I don't think we can take action because they're doing the rezoning of all three parcels. I think we have to allow Lene a chance to go back and, put the overlays on and see if that's actually destined to be commercial. And then coming back to, our point, that is that still a good idea? Maybe in 2016 it was a good idea, maybe not now. But I need that answer before I can take any action on it.
Right. It's your.
Yeah, you should come show me what you're looking at. But,
Well,
I don't want
I'll motion.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll put a motion.
Fine, I'll make the motion to postpone this to our January meetings.
Third person.
I don't mean to interrupt. Yeah, well, I could offer clarification. I feel it's direct to.
Well, I think we'll keep that clarification of just where we're at right now. We'll keep that between staff and the planning commission at this point. So, thanks, Chip. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a motion to postpone taking any action on this until the January meeting.
Sorry, a second.
Second. Separate.
no, January.
January. December's coming in only 2
It's an early
weeks,
meeting.
and you don't want to be at that meeting either.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and it's seconded by Work. So is there any discussion?
I think that's a poor decision to postpone. I just from my perspective,
Well,
I
thank you
think,
very much.
I think that's a poor decision, but this,
What would you
no,
prefer?
pardon me,
What would you prefer?
I think we should. Make either approve or deny.
Well, there's a motion on the
There's a
table.
motion.
Right, no, I know, I'm just curious.
That's my feeling.
I know, but there's a motion on the table.
But then Vinnie did call for discussion,
Yes, I did.
Right.
so
Which
that's
is
my-
better.
Right. Anyone else? Okay, well, I guess at this point we'll close discussion and we'll open it up for a vote.
I have to take a roll call.
And yeah, and you.
I can do roll call, so,
Can we hear the motion again, please?
Motion to postpone to January 2023 at our regularly scheduled meeting, which is somewhere in front of me.
The 17th.
Thank you. The voice comes to rescue me.
Maybe
Was it direction
We-
to staff or?
With directions to staff to examine and overlay. And also the question of our authority to act concerning our road concerns.
okay,
That's a new one.
ready?
all right, yes.
Butler,
Yes,
Brown? Yeah. Elmer,
No.
Eiley,
Yes.
Dennis,
No.
Webster, no, Worth,
Yes. So that is.
4-3, yes, 4-3, yes, I think.
yeah,
Okay,
Yes.
it's close.
All right, so
so it is postponed.
till the January. PC. Okay, all right, moving on to new business B. So at this point, we will be discussing the conceptual site plan. It's on that portion of well, 20-003-041-00, 20-003-071-00, 20-003-04200, 20-003-04200, and 20-003-063-18. So that is the property that also on the area where we have just discussed about the rezoning, which has been tabled, so. So at this point, I'll open it up to a public hearing. And those of you that would like to specifically speak towards the auto camp project, I would have you come up. You have, as before, there's 3 minutes as an individual, 5 minutes if you're representing a group. Please come up to the microphone, state your name and your address, and the floor will be yours. So is there anyone in row 1? No, row 2? Row 3?
My name is Jim Smith. I live at 145 Grant Street, city limits there. I think the auto camp is a really great opportunity. I should point out that I also own property on 66 right across from where the auto camp would be. There are several reasons that I think it's a great idea. I've heard both sides of the story, both sides, pros and cons, and I lean towards the pros. One of the big reasons I think it's a great idea is if it's a known thing that's going to be put on that property and you can plan for it, and it's a pretty low impact, it's a campground, so it's preserving nature. I just think it's a great use of that property, and it being on what I'm saying, the right side of Blue Star for people to access downtown safely, and providing a catalyst to have something done with the roads. I just think it's a great opportunity. I like what John said. I think it would provide a good study and ultimately help solve some of the traffic problem. So in the end, I don't think it would hurt. So I'm 100% for it, and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Stephen Phelps, I live at 3240 Silver Acres Drive in Saugatuck Township. I'm supportive of both items on the agenda tonight, but I'm here specifically speaking in support of the auto camp project. My family has been involved in the community and owned a business in town for 3 generations spanning over 50 years. I've lived here and worked here my entire life. Served on the Saugatuck Township Fire Department. During that time, I've seen a significant amount of change. One thing that has always remained constant is our community dependence on tourism. Auto Camp's business model promoting tourism is a natural fit for our community. Auto Camp will add significant tourism and tax dollars to the local community without putting additional pressure on the school system. The property is well located and prime for development. The auto camp use is much more desirable and less intrusive as many other uses that may otherwise be developed on the property. For example, the industry I grew up in. A high volume restaurant and bar service from breakfast to 2 a.m. is allowed by right and would have a much greater impact than auto camp. In reviewing the meeting packet for tonight, I noticed some interesting comments about sewer capacity. Specifically, it appears that the township very likely has the existing capacity to service the auto camp project, but is taking the position that auto camp is excluded from utilizing such. I find it interesting that we would approve smaller projects on one-off until we exhaust that capacity. Not sure this approach is fair to limit another applicant or property owner because they have a single-use larger project. It begs the question to as what we've done at the township level to plan for future and what we are doing to accommodate growth. Nonetheless, I don't think it would be fair for the applicant to delay them from moving forward. I believe they should be allowed to proceed to site plan submittal based on a conditional approval. In conclusion, I support the approval of auto camp requests. I believe the rezoning should be approved as it is consistent with Tri-Community's master plan. I believe the applicant has demonstrated its intended use to be compliant with the standards of the SAU provisions of the zoning ordinance for a campground. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Shack, I live on 3486 65th Street. We have almost 4 acres there, and I love my large piece of land. And I'm concerned about my property value. If you put a campground, what's that gonna do to my property value? I'm not saying a campground's not a good idea, but I just don't think that that is the place. I'm concerned about the smell of smoke all the time. The noise level. We all know it's a tourist area. We can't even go down to our own drugstore during the summertime because we can't find a place to park. Anything you want to add?
I don't believe the project is a good idea for this community, at least in that specific spot.
And one question is, would it be geared towards family with kids? There's not a lot of kid activities in Saugatuck. That'd be my one question for the auto camp people. They're gonna have kid activities.
Child orientated or more adult driven? You don't know?
Thank you.
Both.
Okay.
Right, row 4, or, no, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm Mike Dage, 6522 Sanctuary Trail. Without expressing an opinion one way or another on the auto camp, I just wanted to say, my understanding that the zoning had to be changed because it wouldn't be a permissible use under the R1 zoning. So what does it make sense to consider the site plan ahead of a change that would allow the project to even go forward? Just want to know.
That's called common sense.
All right, row 4. 5, go ahead, yep. I don't know. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Eric Peterson. I live at 844 Holland Street in Saugatuck. And just 2 points. A minor point would be, I'm not particularly sure that this is the best use of that property and is the best direction that Saugatuck needs to go. But my main point is your sound system is horrible, and it's ridiculous. You got the money. It's not that expensive. We've been sitting back here, you got all these people that have come out tonight and you can't hear anything back there. Zip. What? And the stuff is not that expensive. The township's got plenty of money to, if you're gonna have a meeting where you're gonna get a large group like this, then hold it someplace that's adequate. Because it's just a waste of time. We've been sitting here for an hour. You can't hear a thing, just some mumbles coming out of the front. And that's not a way to have a meeting.
We heard you. Eric, I'd like to commend you. If everyone spoke as well as you do and loudly, there wouldn't be a problem. I've been harping about the sound system for a couple of years.
There's no excuse. I mean, it's not, we're not talking about that much money. And all these people come out here and I look at, they're all trying to listen and, make out what's going on. So get us a sound system.
It doesn't fix that tonight, but we are in the process of a redo on the.
We do have equipment
I'm sure that's included in it, so.
Well, let's get it in this year, not next year.
I don't know why it is.
My name's Tracy Clark. I live at 3511 Whiteside Lane. I moved here from Florida almost 4 years ago. And this is a slippery slope. You rezone residential to commercial and you're gonna end up with no trees. That's what we ended up with at the beach. It's nothing but cement land. Blue Star is packed. You add 112 campsites exiting onto Blue Star where Holland Street is coming in, there's gonna be a hospital situation, whatever that's gonna be. You've got dairy days, you've got all this stuff you're dumping in one location. The best part of Saugatuck is how sweet it is. Go somewhere else if you want crazy. Go to South Haven. I mean, I've been only down there, with COVID, we haven't been around a lot. But it's all commercial. It's cars and cement and buildings. There's something so wonderful about Saugatuck, and that's why people keep coming back. Don't destroy this place. It's so beautiful. Think about that before you vote on all of this, please.
Yeah, it's a little late.
I know.
Yeah.
Can we, anyone else further back there?
No,
For public comment? Yeah, who's counting rows?
My name is Rick Brady and I'm at 6507 Old Singapore Trail. And my thought is, and like some of the people, I've lived here a number of years now. And I really like it. I moved here because of what it is. And as it develops, sometimes it just gets busier and busier, and sometimes it's not really what you want, but it is what it is, and things develop. But this particular use of that property to me is not really, I don't think, conducive to what we want here. I mean, these are, not tell you full disclosure. I'm a travel trailer motorhome guy. I've been it all my life, so I know these travel trailers well. These are travel trailers. I mean, 30-foot Airstream travel trailers. They're gonna park over here on some property. And what is, I haven't heard, but what is the maintenance plan and longevity of this business? And I'm not sure how long the business has even been doing this, the lodging company. I think there's a partnership with Airstream trailers to buy trailers, put them in places. And I'm not sure that's what we want to do here. So just something I think needs to be looked into for evaluating whether or not this is a viable business we want here, at least here in the city. So I think that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Can I do the presentation or?
Well,
We gotta do
no,
Zoom.
we gotta go through Zoom yet.
Okay.
Unless there's somebody else way in the back. No, okay, we'll move on to Zoom then. Is there anyone from Zoom that would like to say anything? Is that a hand?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
I have permission to speak?
Yes,
Okay. Do I have to do my address and stuff since I already did it, or
please.
we good? 6618 Dugout Road and 3468 Holland Street. And my comments, I don't have anything against auto camp. My kids actually, or my son and his wife stayed at one out east on their honeymoon and had, glowing reviews of it. It's a great experience. I think someone made the comment that it is a great thing for the area, just probably not in this spot. I tend to agree with that. I know the one that my kids stayed at, they were said, they couldn't even see any of their neighbors from the camper that they were at. The density of this one, I don't think you're going to see that. And I guess the thing I would encourage you to consider, because this is a special approval use, one of those was a permit was granted for a pond, and now we have a sand mining operation. And I think, you just didn't see that coming. And with this, auto camp, it's glamorous, it's shiny Airstreams, it's smokeless fires, it's a pool, it's all this great stuff, but what you're approving is a campground. I too am a camper, and I've been in all kinds of campgrounds. And if auto camp doesn't survive here, what you've approved is and created as a campground. And I've seen really dumpy campers, seasonals, 112 non-smokeless fires. I think these are just the things you have to look ahead and think they're the potential. And when you make this, or if you make this approval, those are the things that could possibly come with it. Not saying they're going to, but just something to consider. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else on Zoom? All right, seeing none? No, okay, all right, I will close,
For me to make a comment, I'm sorry.
okay, I haven't closed it.
Okay, and I can do it from here. I just want to say, I am appalled that we would wait for tragedy, allow a campground that we know is going to create a traffic issue, and that someone would say, we will wait until there was a tragedy and then the state will do something. That to me, out of all the comments tonight, is just, we can't wait. What if it's your kid or your child or my brother or my sister? That is not acceptable in any circumstance. I'm sorry, but that is not acceptable.
Just for the record, you just say your name and your. So that,
It's Barb Witt, WITT 6412 Sandbrook Lane.
thank you.
And my husband.
Thank you.
When I get home.
Okay, so seeing no more comment, we'll move to closing the public hearing at this point, and now we will move on to the developer presentation.
I think Chad's gonna make a comment first. I'll speak if I can, and then John can present. Chad Van Horn, I own the subject property along with my wife Jenny. So change is hard. I understand that. Understand NIMBY, I'm in the real estate business. I've been selling and developing a lot of real estate my entire life. I guess I just want to give you a little bit of background about how we got here with Auto Camp and why we're here with Reese West, that we are. So I scripted this for myself, so I'm gonna just say, Jenny and I, as I said, own large tract of acreage, including the 20-acre subject property of 654 on Blue Star Highway. We intend to live on the adjacent property along with our son. Additionally, we have adult kids who live on the property with our grandkids. Jenny and I acquired the proposed Auto Camp property so we could control the use. We didn't love the rundown motel operating there, and we feared what else might be to come someday, like I hear lots of people. The property is well located and prime for development. Since acquiring the property, we've been approached by a multitude of folks interested in developing many uses that we'd much prefer a boutique resort over. Those uses, some allowed by right, some not allowed, and some allowed by special use. But the range of them is pretty vast, and I'll tell you about a few. So one is a high density residential development that would be far more invasive than the auto camp would. Another was a gun range, a large grocery store, a petting zoo, fast food, a gas station car wash, which I love a car wash, but I don't really want one next to me. Like lots of people don't want this thing. It never works when I go there. In a large warehouse type restaurant bar. So some of these things are allowed by use today on property that we own, that's zoned for it, without a public hearing, without a rezone, and any of that. So there certainly are far more invasive uses that we could do there today. The auto camp use is much more desirable and less intrusive than many uses that may otherwise be developed on the property. When considering what we want to do to the property, we did listen to the community. I know everyone doesn't love what we've done in the past. We are having goals, preserving a majority of mature trees. And I think you'll hear John in his presentation talk about that. Implementing berms and large setbacks so that you don't see the property from the outside. They have a goal of being invisible from Blue Star and 135th. Preserving the look and feel of the Blue Star corridor and adding significant tourism and tax dollars to the benefit of the local community. I've heard some people tonight say that we have enough business in town. It's not the sentiment I get from the business owners. We specifically sought out use that we thought would be the least impactful on adjacent properties in the community. We're going to be the closest neighbor. I'm grateful to have presented the opportunity to Auto Camp, and I'm proud to be here tonight requesting necessary approvals to bring their iconic brand to our unique community. I appreciate your time and consideration. I do have a clarification as well, clear lines on the zoning question that I'd be happy to give to whoever when that's appropriate on the parcel lines. as it relates to the master
They're
plan.
different than what you submitted.
No, it's just more clear, I guess, more clear apparently than what you see in there. Someone seen. Thank you.
Talking to this doesn't work. Nope. Yeah, I'll try to speak loudly because I know it's hard to hear back there. But my name is John Hesse. I'm the Director of Land Acquisition for AutoCamp. Appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak. I know the previous motion was tabled or postponed and probably a little bit awkward, but I think getting the information out is important for everybody to hear. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'd like to walk you through who we are, what we do, just so you have a context of why we're proposing this project at this location, and then highlight some of the elements of our plans, and then discuss some of the community issues. We had a chance to respond to some of the sanctuary letters, which we received or received by the township. And then originally I thought about a conditional approval because there were some issues with traffic as well as the contractual sewage capacity of the township. So appreciate the moment to walk through this.
Excuse me, I have a quick request. Because the AV system's down and we're so close to this guy, could I ask that you bias toward the people who matter the most?
Sure. That's okay with you guys. Yeah, no, yeah, sure. So I'll try to speak to everybody.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have you, is it okay to do the dance? You got it. Okay, yeah. So, so first of all, we are an experienced outdoor lodging company. And I say lodging because it's sort of the nature of what we're in. We're a hybrid between campground and lodging. We build and operate campgrounds and outdoor destination communities that have significant environmental and cultural resources. We have the goal of creating getaways for people to get away from the city for a weekend. And we cater to a very broad range of guests, those seeking the easy getaway from the city to adventure junkies who want to get out on the beach or go boating or whatever, as well as business travelers and business groups. Our AutoCamp's mission is to, you can go this slide, the mission one. Yep, mission our mission is to inspire deep connection to nature and each other. We try to bring people out into nature. People who may be outdoor curious and haven't gone out there, or people who just want a different standard of a camping experience. Next slide. All the locations we focus on, someone brought up land. We are outside national park. We don't consume a lot of land typically. So we're trying to be as close as we can to those parks so that people have access to those outdoor resources and activities. We also like to be near quaint towns. They're catch up to delete.
It's not loading.
I'm gonna go back to the large.
Don, are you doing 50-second lives?
Yeah, I'll zip through them. I think I locked them really quickly. Is that not going?
It is not loading properly.
Okay.
There we go.
You just leave it there. And we do like to be near towns that have commercial activities and restaurants and things for our people to do. Our typical guests will go out in a day, go out hiking, go to the beach, maybe skiing or snowshoeing, and then come back the second day, want to go to town, go shopping, and maybe go to a restaurant. They're not, it's sort of a hybrid person. It's not just someone who's hanging off a cliff finger. It's sort of someone who also appreciates quaint towns and respects those. Next slide. We are typically kind of like a boutique hotel. We operate that way. We use Airstreams as our hotel units. Airstream is an investor in our company. They supply these specifically for us. The inside of them are positioned like a hotel room. They have a bedroom on one end and a bathroom on the other, some space in between. But basically the whole idea is like provide something for people who don't have gear. They can come here, just show up, get in the trailer, go out into nature, do a little camping, a little s'mores around the fireplace. So we typically attract people who don't have a lot of gear. People are tired of hauling gear around or can't afford an RV, and simply want to have an outdoor experience with a higher level of amenity. Next slide. Each Airstream and inside is equipped with a queen bed, so it can house 2 people easily. And then we also have, we do try to create a high experience with nice interior bathrooms and spa amenities. There's a common galley area. There is a full-out couch for an additional kid who, if a kid wants to sleep there, people can do some light cooking or just hang out and work. Every Airstream unit, we also supply boutique amenities, so people have all the soap they need and shampoo and can really enjoy the Airstream itself, again, without worrying about what they have to bring to a campground. Outside each unit, we do have tables and chairs and a little fire pit for people to hang out, do the s'mores or light cooking if they'd like to. We do use a product called Goodwood. It varies from location to location. We use it in Yosemite, Cape Cod, Catskills. They actually classify as no smoke. I think there is, a little bit of smoke that comes out of it. It's a eco product, eco-friendly. It does not have any chemicals in it. I'm happy to share the details of that with this committee as well. I can give the actual product ingredients and refer you to it. People have used it. We use it at all of our sites, and we have not received any complaints about it. So I think that it's a great solution for what we've been trying to do. Beyond our core programming of the Airstreams, we do have cabin units, and the reason we had the cabin units originally was for ADA compliance. You can't fit a wheelchair into an Airstream, so we created these special cabin units that also do have the same high level of amenity and finish. Other people who have more challenging needs can experience the same level of quality that we're providing to other people. Lastly, we do offer tents. Some of our tents have bathrooms, some don't. All of them will have access to a bathroom at the clubhouse with showers and bathrooms. It just offers someone who wants a more traditional camping experience at a canvas covered tent can hang out in our tents. The clubhouse is core to our proposition in terms of what people experience. They come in there. It's a place to check out. The next slide. We have. There's gathering spaces, places to yoga. We have local artisans show up. We have educators come in and speak about local flora and fauna. There's little games and stuff for people to play. There's formal meeting spaces, informal. I'll just walk you through some of these pictures. So these pictures are all from our existing campgrounds across the United States. I'm showing you them because each one has an aspect of how we program and function as a campground. So each one this one is our Joshua Tree location. They're all designed uniquely for location. We're not doing cookie cutter solutions. We're looking at the location specifically, looking at the environment. How do we make sure handle snow or heat or whatever the location we're trying to build in. When people come to auto camps, it's not like a regular campground. You come in, you check in at a front desk. And then you grab your luggage and you walk to your unit. No one drives to the unit, so that's a little bit unique about our campground. So it's kind of like outdoor hospitality in the sense you check in at the hotel and you go to your room. In this case, you're checking in at a front desk and you walk out to your unit. It creates a much more intimate, less car-centric experience for people who are coming to our campgrounds. Each clubhouse has unique spaces for hanging out and lounging, different designs. This one's from our Catskills location. If you look way down the corridor, this wall is also closed off for private meetings and functions or yoga classes. And then also there are spaces. This would be a breakfast counter where people will find food and coffee in the mornings. They come in and can get some light fare, order a burrito, or if you're in like Cape Cod, be a specific food menu items such as a lobster roll or something like that. So each clubhouse, as I mentioned, have their own guest showers and bathroom. And again, they're trying to keep a very high quality experience, which we believe fits in with Saugatuck as well. All the clubhouses too, this is our Joshua location, face out into nature. So when you come into the clubhouse, you're connected to nature right away. We're not trying to get people in a closed space, but they're all designed with an open orientation, which we hope to have here, that faces the pine forest we're trying to develop it. Again, indoor, outdoor spaces for groups, informal, this is an informal gathering space for our auto camp location, Cape Cod. We also have more formal spaces. And then outside the campgrounds, there are fire pits for informal gathering at night. This also shows sort of our sensitivity to dark skies initiative. We're really trying to make sure all of our lights, there's no refraction, they're pointed down. So that's one of our things we really try to focus on. And also we're trying to develop low impact solutions. So, and I'll get more into this, but all of our sites provide free bikes. No one has to pay for it. We can take them out all day long. And which is one of the reasons we chose this location is accessibility, lower impact, reduced impact. And I'll get to that a little bit as well. We do provide light food and beverage inside the clubhouse. We also have items you can purchase. So someone, if they want to cook out their campsite, they could, or they can eat in the lodge, or they can go out into the community in a restaurant and eat there as well. So there are a variety of options. We are excited the fact that there is this brewery next door, or it's supposed to be coming with some food options as well. I think that'll be a great nearby amenity. Next one. As I said, we also have a small retail shop, which may provide us with supplies, shampoos and soaps, food, clothing or hats. Next slide. And they're all designed relative to the location. So we're providing, they might have books on the local flora and fauna, whatever else might be, represent the local area. Outdoors, we have small gathering spaces. There might be an area of outdoor yoga. It might be a small wedding, as you see in this picture, in a Russian River Valley location. So we do have those inlet spaces as well for business retreats or other small classes. And just a quick preview to get the sense of what other locations we have coming. Our Asheville, North Carolina location. We have a location in Hill Country, Texas, which is near the wine country, near Sequoia National Park. And again, we're not in the park. We don't have a lot of acreage. We're in small parcels outside the park. And Auto Camp Zion, which is probably going to be the first one to open this coming year. It's already taking reservations, I guess. And finally, if all is well, we'd love to have one in Saugatuck. Moving on, I did want to quickly touch base on what we're requesting tonight. I know you obviously have read your packages and have the information in front of you, but I just wanted to touch on a few points which I thought were important. Wanted to discuss the process where we are right now, what we have to go through, discuss some of our planning concepts, and discuss some of the terms, which I think would be helpful.
You had 3 minutes. This is very interesting, but maybe you should.
No, this is not public
This is
comment.
a public hearing. I didn't see this item on the agenda. I thought we all had 5 minutes.
This is the
No,
applicant.
that was public comment. This is the applicant presenting to the planning commission.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was confused. He just stood up out of the seat.
I'm with Auto Camp as the applicant. So
Yes, no, that's fine. I knew you were with AutoCamp. Obviously, I was concerned. Okay, thank you very much.
Hopefully not out of touch here. All right. So anyway, so where we are in the process is we started out this process. We had some discussion with a lot of residents and business people, and met with the township, the fire department, had a conversation with the road commission, really trying to get a sense, is this something we can get done? Will people support it? There's always opposition to anything. I've been in developing as well since 1993. I understand there's opposition. I've been in conservation development with good proposals. I've been in residential development at a large scale. So I do understand the push and pull and the struggles that this committee has to go through in determining is this right, is it the right location, all those things. Where we are right now is we're obviously looking for a zoning change request, and I'll get into some thoughts on that in a second too, in the special approval use. I will go into our plan elements. The plan itself, obviously, we're going to come back if we can move forward with more specifics on the plan, the engineering, what the fire department will do in terms of fire safety, as well as the road commission and the drainage commission. That's another submission and review for some of the technical stuff, as well as the a decel lane and things like that, and also talk about the post traffic light. That obviously, if you may know where the property is, it's right north of the section of Holland and Blue Star Highway. There's the old motel on it, which we do hope to reuse for affordable workforce housing for our employees. We do include workforce housing from a lot of our sites, not all of them, but in this case, we're going to take advantage of the motel that's there. And next slide. And we can, obviously, there's some confusion or lack of clarity on the exact location of this. We did study the map and the parcels, and we thought we thought we were on board with too. And if you look really closely, the parcels do align. But We could be wrong. I don't believe we are, but we can clarify that. Obviously, it's been postponed till the January meeting. We'll make sure that's crystal clear as to where that parcel is. I hopefully wouldn't have gone down this process and all the times we've been doing with, exploring properties and talking to Chad and other people for quite some time now, 6 to 12 months. So believe we're correct, but happy to be wrong and move on if we're not. So the reason I wanted to bring this slide up is that one of the key reasons we selected this property is that it was identified in the tri-community master plan. That whole pink area was shown as commercial. We thought it made sense on this commercial corridor for traffic coming in, supporting town businesses. There are a lot of uses that can go up and down this pink corridor. But that was one of the key things that we saw was like, hey, here's a parcel that is zoned this way. It seems appropriate, among other reasons that we looked at it. Parcel itself, as the conversation was held here earlier, the top half or the eastern half is already zoned C1. The bottom half is by the existing master plan is identified as commercial. That's the pink area you saw. And that's the parcel where we are proposing here for the campground use itself as part of this SAU application. Next, I just wanted to walk you through some of our site planning elements as they currently stand today. I think it's important to understand what we're doing, obviously, to make decisions. We will be submitting for a specific site plan separately on the next step of our planning process. This again is just focused on zoning approval, but I think some of the site plan elements will give you a little more clarity as you go through your decision making to see what fits. The site plan, again, we'll get into more specifically the details that the fire department, the road commission, and the drainage commission will address. High level stuff, we really, as you've seen from the pictures, we're looking to produce a high quality design aesthetic. We're not doing something gunky. It's not just another campground. Second is we value privacy as much as you do. We don't want to be seen. We don't have big flashing signs. We don't actually want people coming in who don't know specifically what they're going to get into, because then they write bad things about us on social media. So we want them to know, like, hey, I'm excited to come. I'm going to be in the airstream, not a hotel room or something like that. So we are very explicit about who we attract. We want privacy. We want to be in the context of a forest, as people who come to a campground would expect. We want to preserve as many trees as we can. We don't want to cut down trees. Obviously, some have to come down to deal with parking, the clubhouse and stuff, but we want to minimize that. We also want to minimize visual noise, light impacts. The highway is very noisy. And so this berming, we've kind of done our own tests around the berms in the area to really understand what the height should be. 8 foot, maybe 10 foot above it should really protect us as well as protect anybody like in the sanctuary across the street from our noises. Also, dark skies compliance is very important to us in the development goals. Was being in an existing commercial zone and having walking, biking proximity to town. You can go next slide, sorry. Thanks. So we do have 20 acres. We've been working with Chad a bit on this, so trying to communicate with him what our needs are for a campground. He's been accommodating, gave us more land. We're trying to express to him, like, look, we can't cluster everything in so tightly that there's no trees left. We really want to preserve the trees. We have setbacks to deal with, and I'll walk you through some of the setbacks. Very important to us. There are 112 campsites. These are not occupied all the time. These are really for weekends in the summer. And then throughout the end of the season, the occupancy goes down off winter. So this is not 112 units all the time. We do have a 6,000 foot clubhouse. We will have a swimming pool, a couple of hot tubs, and spas. We do want to attract people year round. So if someone wants a weekend getaway and dip in a hot tub in the middle of winter, we'll hopefully can accommodate them. Our unit focus again is on airstreams, but again, we do have 88 compliant cabins and seasonal tents for people looking for a different camping experience. And I will show you on this one of the subsequent slides that the berming and preserving trees is very important. And again, we are looking to use the motel for workforce housing to house some of our employees.
John,
yeah.
To that point, this map we're looking at now, does it include, can you point out the existing motel?
Yeah, the existing motel is right this is the house. No, this is the house right there. And this little square is the existing hotel. Yeah.
Thank you. Pointed out for the audience as well.
Yeah. So if you look up here, existing hotel is right here along the edge of that parking lot. And we're planning to put a berm in front of it just to block noise and so you guys don't have to look at it. And also it's more related to our site and the house there too. Which is probably going to be replaced just for some more backup house stuff and Chad can see the house needs.
I have a quick question about density.
Yeah.
Does this generally represent what you have done in other parts of the country?
It's
acreage to campsite.
It's actually, it kind of depends. Like our Asheville site is actually smaller acreage and we're right downtown. So we're in an area similar in impact, but in our Texas country, we have 120 acres. So it kind of, the whole scale changes. Our Russian River Valley, we're on 7 acres and we have a smaller site. That those economics work for different reasons back then, wouldn't work today. But our Texas Hill Country have 120 units. Our
120 units on how many acres?
That one's a huge property, but a lot of it has to remain in conservation, it's not developable. So you really have to look at developable land.
Yeah.
And that's when you look at this, the non-developable land, because of setbacks and stuff, and I'll go to the next slide, is part of the reason the acreage is actually, I mean, we could squeeze on smaller acreage in theory, but it would actually be higher impact. And if actually just go to the next slide, I'll jump into that.
Okay.
I think this slide captures it more fully. If you look at that green perimeter, that is the required 75-foot setback that will totally preserve the existing trees. And then in addition along Blue Star Highway, there's a 70-foot tree protection zone. And behind that, we're gonna have additional berming that will be vegetated. So really that protection along Blue Star Highway will be 130 feet. So you will experience Blue Star Highway as you experience it today for the most part. And except for in the hotel, we'll put a berm and try to protect that as well. That southern triangle that faces the intersection of Holland and Blue Star, totally protected is our goal, is to not touch that area. So we're really trying to create a really nice buffer around this, including up to 135th Street. So the really big core impact areas you see is really the parking, which I'd love to not have to deal with parking. Real estate, that's half your battle, is how do you deal with parking. But where we put the Airstream units in is you can go to the next slide, is really, I'll explain how we do that. We actually take the plastic template of PVC pipes that represent the Airstream. So once we've engineered it out, we actually go to the site, a little wiggle room, we can work around trees. We bring utilities underneath the Airstream so we're not damaging roots, and then off to the side. So we really are trying to be as thoughtful as possible as to how we site these things. We're not just taking an engineer's view and chopping through and saying, okay, it goes here without consideration. We really do want to look at that. We have done a tree survey, which shows us where all the 12, actually, I think we have all the trees from 6 inches up. So we're trying to preserve as many, at least the 12-inch trees as possible, but we start with that. And then as we get onto the site, if there's ways to preserve others, we want to do that. We want privacy between sites. We want to create that campground feel. That's really our ultimate goal. Again, unfortunately, can't do that for parking, but everything else we do want to preserve as much as possible.
Is it accurate to view berms as sort of a double-edged sword, where one edge, they are the best known way of creating visual and acoustic privacy. On the other hand, a berm, wherever there's a berm, all the trees have to come down.
No, actually, well, yes, you're right. They do. In the areas we're proposing a berm, we've actually worked around the 12-inch trees as well. For the most part, there may be a few we have to cut, but we actually, the wiggles in it are explicitly going around those trees. There may be places we have to put like a 2 or 3 foot retaining walls presented, but we're doing our best to make sure that those berms, we're not chopping down trees unnecessarily. The thickest grove of trees is really on that western half, on the left-hand side of that bracket, and the berm that we're proposing that side is actually outside of those trees. So we're not touching the trees in the western half there.
Thank you.
So we're really trying to be sensitive to that. So again, campsites are really inserted carefully into each of these. Oh, actually, can you go back a slide? Just I lost that one. A few other things I wanted to point out. So we are creating a private drive off of Blue Star Highway. We've eliminated what used to be other curb cuts for the hotel, the house. So those are gone. So those will be eliminated, and we're really trying to present, shrink it down to one point of access. And we can talk about the traffic issues in a sec, which I think are existing concern today, and should be considered as we move forward. Absolutely. Once you come into our site, again, people go into that second roundabout, maybe drop off, someone to check in, go into the parking area. And again, no one's driving out to the campground sites. They are taking a little cart and taking the luggage out, and that's how they get to it or walk back. And it creates a much more intimate, fun camping experience without headlights in your unit in the middle of the night, or someone playing AC/DC at 2 a.m. because they think it's fun to play loud music. So there's a lot of stuff like that. So I just wanted to point out here, we do have an emergency egress access, which is required by the fire department. That was one of our early conversations with them. It goes up to 135th Street, is a gated access, does not allow cars in and out of it. But it is there in case there was an emergency, and emergency service vehicles can get through to service our campground. You can go to the next one. I'll actually just flip back to that one again. Yeah, and again, the berming is a double-edged sword to some degree, but in terms of really creating and blocking sound, those are really critical to the overall plan. So it's sound, noise, light, all that. I mean, noise, sound, light is one of the key things we looked at. So,
got a question.
Yeah,
that northern emergency access road out.
Yeah,
is that possible to be used by residents to go in and out at their discretion instead of using Blue Star?
No, that'll be gated. So actually, I have to could it be for guests?
Yeah. Take the screen up.
Not from our functional standpoint, no, because we don't want people driving through the site down to the parking. So the whole idea is just you come in, park your car, get out of your car, you're done.
I see.
People aren't scooting around. So okay, thanks. And also just on that last plan, some of the, or two back, I just wanted to point out in our parking areas, we also have electric vehicle charging stations. All of our campgrounds have that today. They work for Tesla or any, I think we have adapters for almost any model EV. So we're anticipating there's gonna be more and more of that coming up, assuming they also increase the mileage extent, maybe the site score.
Do you have a minimum stay?
We don't have an minimum stay, but typically the minimum stay is a little bit more than 2 days. So people are, coming on a Friday, staying till a Sunday or Monday. And in the summertime, there's a lot more like, 3, 4, 5 day stays. So it's, it's the same people hanging out. So. And then just from an operational standpoint, we are open all year round, 24/7, operating all the time. Our staff is trained in emergency management, de-escalation of situations, campground fights, where that stuff happens, safety, CPR, all those kind of stuff. We do have light food and beverage options inside of our clubhouses, which are customized for each location. Quiet hours are enforced from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then again, we're using that no/low smoke, low ember for fires. I'm happy to give a little video demonstration at some point to go forward of how that burns. It's actually kind of fun to watch. And then again, we'll have site-wide fire hydrants, which we talked to the fire department about, and two extinguishers in each airstream as well. Okay, keep moving. Plan compliance. I'm not going to go through this. I think Lynette did a good job in her review of what we're complying with, as well as I think your packages have, the original packages have a pretty exhaustive list of how we're trying to comply with everything. So this is what I wanted to have a little bit of time to focus on, really, from understanding that we've already passed the zoning part, but in terms of one of the things Lene brought up, or I think several members brought up, was like, hey, if this is rezoned as commercial, it could turn into anything. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you can't put contingent zoning, but we can request it, if I'm right.
You can't.
Or suggest it. And so what we're going to suggest here is that we're agreeable if the zoning that come the January meeting wants to go through, we're agreeable to making the zoning contingent upon us getting our SAU approval and site plan approval. So all this would be linked. If we don't get it, it basically unrolls, and you're dealing with the next person or whatever else. So that's those first 2 bullets of the conditional approval. We're open to that and would suggest that to this committee. The third one is I want to make clear that the Dana, the town engineer, did say there's totally adequate physical capacity. So it means pumps, pipes, machinery, whatever else it is to operate the sewage plant. The capacity is plenty. The issue is the township's contractual capacity. And I'm not familiar with the history of it, but it's obviously the development is now catching up to the capacity you purchased. We are willing to openly fund an escrow account to put money in to deal with that capacity need from our standpoint. It's a little awkward because we'd be the first one charged for it, but understanding that there's financial issues and all that kind of stuff. And the reason there's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing here is that we kind of need to know that the township supports our project for us to engage and go through the process of funding and talking. I mean, there's going to be administrative conversations and legal things that'll take, several months at least to get through. So that's why we're saying, well, if we can get through all the other issues, traffic and the issues that community has raised, the conditional approval is kind of a critical element. Like, well, we need to know we're not going to spend a lot of money going forward, attorneys and drafts and meetings, unless we know you guys are like, yeah, we like you, but resolve these issues. So if we point these conditional things, that's important to us. The final one was really in response to the sanctuary folks, their community. We understand the traffic has been bad to date as it is. There's queuing, there's safety issues, pedestrian crossings. We thought, and maybe this goes to John's thing, is like, how do you facilitate that conversation with the Allegheny County Road Commission? And so we said, okay, well, I tell you what, here it comes, the development, let's put in the money for it. We understand it. We're happy to queue that money into an escrow prior to going forward and getting any kind of approvals. It's there for the queues. The only issue would be is that and this could maybe gets into maybe kind of is your issue, or someone saying we're kowtowing to the road commission that you don't have control of it. That's sort of the issue, is like if they come back and say, well, it's not warranted because of engineering studies and traffic, I'm not sure how that process works with the road commission, but it has to trigger it for you guys to say, okay, now we can get it, and who pays for it. So if that happens, and there's other solutions we can do from an engineering standpoint, right in, right out, whatever all those kind of things are, we can take a look at. But again, we're happy to fund the escrow for that. If for some reason it can't be used, we're happy for those funds to be used for the sewer capacity or other development impacts. That obviously there has to be a nexus between our project and development impact, but those are open for consideration. So those funds in our mind are like, okay, that's part of resolving the issues with the township, the community, dealing with the traffic, dealing with the sewer, whatever it might be. Next, I just wanted to highlight, we did review the letters on the first round where we pulled up withdrew our application for a couple of reasons. So in terms of the community response, obviously traffic and safety concerns were top of mind. The volume of traffic, the queuing, we talked about pedestrian crossing safety. Again, we're looking to fund on a voluntary basis, $200,000 to trigger this analysis and assessment for a traffic signal. And figure out how to make that happen. How do you make it work? How do you make our development compatible with a traffic signal? We'd like to help facilitate that if we can. We also volunteered to have a traffic study. It wasn't due at this time, but we did it. The traffic study includes minimal impact. I'm not sure. I mean, we would say what minimal impact means. Someone had quoted 15,000 trips a day. That's the existing volume on Blue Star itself today. So we're contributing less than 3% of that. Traffic study did recommend a deceleration lane. Again, that's not in the plans for you guys to review right now. That'd be part of the site plan submission for the township review. And then again, they thought that this location is not appropriate. Understand that people don't want development. From our perspective, is that it is directly adjacent to Blue Star bike path. Bikes quickly go off the bike path and they're down on the bike path that goes to town. And so we're, quickly diverting our bikes away from the highway anyway. So that was a key thing. And how do we help diminish traffic? Free bicycles for guests. And then also being part of the interurban. And the idea is, yes, we could theoretically have a location that's 10 miles away in a field somewhere, and people would drive to Saugatuck to go downtown to restaurants and stuff. We actually think that's worse, because then you have all the cars coming all the way downtown. They need parking. where do you go? There's no biking, you're not encouraging it. So having a location that facilitates pedestrian, bicycle activity, walking, interurban, and the use of the interurban, which we've encouraged, and we've reached out to the interurban as well, like, hey, how can we make sure that your capacity is adequate for what we need? We don't want to stress those resources out either. So we're really conscious both from who our people are and what they want to do, as well as the impacts upon township and city. Noise issues, we actually have the most concern in some ways because the highway is really noisy. One of the members said that the sound reflects everywhere. I'm like, it does. It's a really noisy highway, especially as trucks come out of Holland and they're starting up and you hear that, when they're trying to get out from a dead start. So it's, for us, it's like we want to protect ourselves from that noise and also protect you from any noises we have. I doubt there's being any situation where our noise exceeds the highway, but we can debate that at the time of day or whatever happens. Again, we do reinforce those, certainly enforce the quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. We don't have noisy generators. No one's coming in with a noisy RV and plugging their generator that's running all night. That's part of the beauty of what we're operating. And again, no cars at the campsite are allowed. So you don't have someone just thinking they can play their, AC/DC music and, thinking everybody's going to enjoy it. Operational safety, we talked about, our staff is trained. A lot of our staff come from the hotel industry where they're trained by national brands who have very, intense training programs. A lot of our managers, and then also we have, team members who are there to support nationally from all other sites. If there are issues, we can fly someone in if someone gets sick or needs help on assisting on a situation, whatever it might be. We have ways people can, we have people to support the broader effort there. Next one. Size and density. This is an issue that we totally understand the thought of what could happen here. Again, the first thing I was saying is just understanding that a location further out of town, I think, makes the situation worse. And again, it's why we chose this commercial property. And density usually typically relates when you say, well, what is the appropriate density? People are not as clear about, well, I'm not sure. Is it, if I came in and said 150 and then you said, well, if you cut it back to 100, that's good. Or if it's, so you have to really think about, usually it's traffic, noise, light, pollution, all those things are usually the issue of density. Our things aren't occupied all the time with 112 people all year long. It kind of goes up and down. Yes, there will be July 4th weekends and things like that. So that offsets it a little bit. But again, the setbacks, the tree preservation, preserving the look and feel of the Blue Star corridor is one of our biggest concerns, preserving trees. And then again, the traffic light, just trying to, that's, usually a density issue is like, well, how do we deal with the growth in traffic? It's an existing issue. Hopefully we can be the catalyst, as someone used that term, to facilitate a conversation and a solution with the ACRC. 20 acres for 112 units. It's a favorite when you look at the impacts of commercial activity on that kind of land. There could be other, I think Steve, you said, it could be a restaurant industry, people coming out all the time. It could be all these other uses. We feel, given all this, that this density is appropriate on 20 acres. It's a little bit over 5 units per acre. But you got to remember, when you think about that, it's not comparable to housing. It's not like a house can generate 5 to 10 trips a day in and of itself with delivery trucks and going to school and all that kind of stuff. So it's a little bit of a different context. And we're also being lighter in the land against trying to preserve trees, not being yards for the dog and all that kind of stuff. So it's a very different kind of density that maybe doesn't quite relate. And to that effect, the campground itself does accommodate a way to preserve as many trees as possible. Not all trees, but as many as we can, and especially the bigger ones as possible. And then the impact on the services, township engineer, Dana has validated that all the local services, water, sewer, are adequate. All the pipes, the pressure, they're all there to support the project. We're in a commercial zone. The water pipe runs right down the highway. That all those things are right there, except for the contractual sewer amounts, which is really the township's issue in planning its growth. And that again relates to the conditional approval that somehow that gets resolved prior to us going forward on anything else. But at least help, giving the nod of approval for us to go forward. So in summary, I think what we're proposing, we're trying to propose a high quality business solution that blends in with the existing Saugatuck businesses and services, generate business and demand for tax revenue and economy, help businesses that aren't doing so well with a few more people. Overall, it's a lower impact solution, it's not low impact, where we think it's better than another commercial solution that could be there that today could be there without our rezone, where they would probably want high visibility, as many signs as they can, like come shop here. That's the opposite of what we're proposing. We want to be hidden. We want small signage. If you look at any of our sites, our signs are no bigger than this for the entrance. They're not lit up, very subtle. So we are very sensitive to that. Trying to save trees. I hopefully we are being responsive to the community concern. We're not going to please everybody. We don't expect that, but at least if we can facilitate this traffic issue, the safety issue, I think that's a good direction to go in. We've been following all the zoning and requirements, working with Lene as much as possible. We're not asking for any variances. And again, just thinking about that, if it's not us, someone had said, you have a bird in hand of a solution that, yes, it's development, yes, there's impact, but is it better or lower impact than what else might come along in the future when Chad may not be there, you may move to Boston, so forever. So anyway, last slide, I was just gonna leave this up. These are the conditional approvals we thought we'd ask for. Obviously, we passed the zoning part. But again, the first two are about making our approvals conditional upon getting to the site plan approval to the finish line. Otherwise, everything unravels, and we're comfortable with that. And then two different funds, one to fund the contractual sewer capacity. Again, the physical is okay. It's a contractual issue of the township. We're happy to help fund an escrow for that need. And then proposing some funds to facilitate the conversation with the traffic commission, the road commission. So thank you very much for listening and appreciate the time to go through this. I know it's getting late, so well done. Thank you. Thank you.
Nay, would you like to?
Thank you. That was a really long presentation that had a lot of detail. So I don't know that I have much to add, other than I did want to alert you to the review letter. I went through just the general special land use standards, not the detailed standards for campgrounds, because as I was going through the general, the one related to public services and facilities really stood out, and I felt like until we have some resolution on the contractual agreements with our sewer capacity, that I didn't spend the time to go through the full analysis, because it is kind of a chicken and egg, right? I do think that this prompts discussion that needs to happen with our water and sewer authority and the other cities. And that needs to be addressed. A couple other things. So, I provided comments, and you can ask questions if you have them related to the other special land use standards. But a few things came out at tonight's meeting that were not in the materials that I do think warrant some other conversation before it comes back, which would be that workforce housing with the current Shul motel, right? That's sort of a new idea that came out today, which is responsive to some of the concerns, but I do think it needs to be memorialized and included in some of the narrative. It could be just a separate letter or something like that, but it needs to kind of be included in this, and we need to understand what that is, right? How many units and things like that. The idea of the conditional rezoning also came up today. So if that comes back on the agenda in January, we need something in writing from the applicant offering that as a condition in writing
so that we can react to it as a planning commission. I don't think that it needs to be renoticed or a new hearing. I just think we need something in writing that would be part of that. I didn't hear any conversation about alcohol, drug policy, just something, and amplification of music. The other thing that occurs to me that we probably need to understand better is whether patrons at this auto camp are going to be using the pond that is next door. I have not heard any of that. It's just a question. But
No.
okay, no, so absolutely not. So we'll just make sure that that continues, you know, to make sure that if this were to continue and there were to be conditions, that ought to be one of them, I guess.
Out of curiosity, before I take off, excuse me, how much does it cost for a night, the day, 20 years?
It varies. I mean, Cape Cod middle of the winter could be $100. And you know, probably won't do. What's that? Yeah, so I was like, it's gonna be driven by the market. It would see $300.
Right?
All right. So, thanks, Lenny.
Yeah. Thank you.
And, okay, so I do want to make sure everybody did get the letters from pro and con, right? Had a chance to look at them. Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody saw all the comments that were on the table. Great, so anyways, and I also heard the comment earlier today that, you know, that obviously the zoning didn't, was postponed. And that, you know, so what's the point of, you know, looking at this right here? But I thought we'd go through this process to better educate ourselves as to, you know, have listened to the developer, hear what they have to say, talk amongst ourselves, hear what the public in the community has to say about the project. And it just seemed to make sense to do that while we were all here and you know, and get it done and discuss it.
We also had a notice public hearing. That we need to, yes.
I mean, even if we would have, if our motion for that zoning would have been denied, we would still have to go through this, right?
Absolutely.
Because the board has to approve this rezoning.
That's correct.
So no matter what we would have done, we would have still had to do a site plan review and have this discussion.
For a special approval use, correct. Yes.
So I think that's important for everybody to know. We would have had to do this anyways.
That's right.
Okay, can you explain to me, Lene, conditional zoning? First of all, is that allowed in this township? Does our zoning ordinance allow for conditional?
Whether we do or not, our state, it's in the state statute. And we have done conditional rezonings and we do allow for it.
Okay, and that conditional zoning would mean that if the zoning, we gotta get, if the zoning is going to be approved. And now we move on to the site plan review and the special land use, that we would put a condition on it. That if AutoCamp decides not to do this, then no other campground can go in that area. Is that right?
That's a really good question, and that is what we're going to have to see what they propose in their offer to us.
But still, if the zoning of C1, even though I campground, let's say the campground, but that whole area is C1, now anybody can come in. That is a lot of use in the C1 in that whole parcel that we would have just rezoned, as well as another entity came in. Let's say, I don't know, restaurant or what, I don't know, well, I don't know what other uses are right off my head, that they would be able to do that.
So, right.
Except for a campground, if that was the condition.
Right, it really will depend on what they offer to us, right? We are in a reactive role when it comes to a conditional rezoning. So whatever they put into writing is what we react to. They may say, campground for auto camp with airstreams 112, they could say per the site plan, you know, tie it to that exact site plan. It's going to be up to them to decide how many how many conditions and how those conditions are written for us to react to. They could just say campground, which means, yeah, maybe it's auto camp, maybe it's a campground with 150 units, maybe it's a Yogi Berra campground, maybe it's whatever
So
other
we would have to
campground.
react afterwards and then we
Yeah.
can decide, okay.
But without the conditions, any C1 use could go in.
Okay, in regards to, I'm sorry, was I allowed to ask? Is associated with there are two proposals in regards to the capacity of the sewer and the traffic. We have to get the approval and have a discussion with other entities before we would even go forward. To me, it doesn't make sense that we would put a condition on that and then approve it until we know for sure that I can do a traffic light there, I can do a deceleration lane there. And realizing that I understand the issues that we have on the Blue Star, but in that particular area with Holland Street coming in, if these people in this auto camp, if this goes through, want to go and get a scooter, they are going to have to cross Blue Star. If they want to go down to Putt-Putt, but we're trying to reduce the traffic, how are they going to Putt-Putt here? So there is some safety issues, but if we think about that in regards to walkability, if they want to go for Dollar General, is to put a traffic light in, to put in some crossings, to do whatever, we would have to engage with the road commission. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So to even put a condition on, to me, is like, well, first, let's get the the chicken, if that's what they is, and now comes the egg or whatever. Am I just thinking of this?
No, I mean, I think that's the conundrum that perhaps you saw in the review letter, right? Like there are some bigger community or bigger conversations with entities that would include, our water and sewer authority. We could buy capacity from the city of Douglas. None of those conversations have had a lot of detail or even have been broached yet. And yes, it is difficult to say, well, should we have had those 3 weeks ago or a month ago? Well, we need to have the public hearing. We have a complete application.
Right.
We need direction and they need direction and need to hear from the public and from you as commissioners. And sometimes, yeah, we're faced with that chicken and egg. And in that case, that is why I, suggest that we hear all of this and maybe we seek direction from you all for what to do next.
Well, I know at first, as a commissioner, I would want to have more of these in place and feel confident that this is going to happen, or at least 95% sure that it can happen. Right now, it's like, I don't know, because there's entities that really may say no. And then what do we do? So I certainly would appreciate more of assurance that this is going to happen before I would even put a condition on it.
Yeah,
I realize that it is a
I don't
condition,
think
but
our road commission says whether a project is a yes or a no. They simply say, you get one driveway and this is the design of the driveway.
Well, can anybody put a traffic signal up?
That part needs to be discussed.
Yes, or a deceleration lane.
That would have to be.
Yes, so.
Or a run.
Well, however, and realizing that
Assuming
you're going to
light
have
is the right answer.
students, so
What?
I mean.
There is a roundabout planned at a different.
At a
intersection.
different location, right?
Yeah.
I mean, traffic light, that might not be the right thing at this particular area to solve the problem, right? It's one potential solution.
but
Anyway.
road commission would definitely have to, and now they're going to hear the concerns of the community and especially at that location.
I do want to note, and I'm not an expert at that, but there have been conversations already on the sewage capacity issue between the township manager and the city of Douglas manager. So I mean, those things are in the works and being talked about. which we all have a concern of. And like I said, I'm not an expert on Kalamazoo Lake Sewer and Water Authority, but I'm hearing that the capacity issue can successfully be addressed for this, working with the city of Douglas. Cal Lake, as you all know, is a tri-community funded independent agency. We can obviously ask for more detail, but I mean, it's not like this would be coming out of that.
Correct, I understand that, but
That's- I just-
again, as you know, that's great that they're having the discussions for not only this particular development or possibly
Others.
further. That's happening, but I think we just need to have more of assurance, whether it's from our manager. That comes forward and says, hey, we solved it.
And there is no capacity issue, there's a contractual issue.
Right.
Well, that's right.
A contractual issue to solve the capacity.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
You have the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't have any contracting. And I was encouraged that the developer sees that as, you know, the city shouldn't pay for that extra, the township, the residents shouldn't pay for that, they're offering.
Yeah. No,
paying for
that's-
that. I expected to hear that, and I was happy to hear that.
So follow up on what Denise, and I play with you. So is the next step, at least one of the next steps to, I don't know how this gets done, but to initiate a discussion or some action or some opinion from the, from the road commission as to the potential design solutions to address the situation by Holland and Blue Star. Would that be, is that for us to initiate, or would that be for the?
I would hope our manager would.
Yeah, that would be for the township staff
Okay,
or
good.
the applicant to initiate as well.
Which one? Which one would be best?
Or both. I'd like
I think it's a collaboration.
together?
for
Okay,
sure.
collaboration, because we've noticed the issues.
Right.
I mean, I think that's what we have to have January meeting is something from Mr. DeFranco saying that this is the, if they're putting up X amount of dollars, this is the road solution. And if they put up this amount of dollars, this is the resolution of the contractual issues. At that point, we can consider it. Without either one of those, we're back to chicken and egg.
Right.
As well as maybe with the applicant and regards to this conditional zoning. What are they recommending? I mean, what do they want to say?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I think we're,
Not really. I pretty much agree that we need to resolve a couple of issues, and I really appreciate the way you responded to everyone's concerns, by the way.
yeah, I think it's, I agree. Nice presentation. I mean, it looks really nice on tape, but there are a lot of questions that we need resolution to, or I mean, the concerns that were brought up tonight as far as utilities, services, and if we do have traffic concerns and those. So I think we're all kind of on board with that. We need to address those things first and what those contingencies actually are going to be that the developers going to agree to. So I think at this point, we would just need a motion.
And just to follow that up, so the three main issues for me, the road, the water sewer capacity and contractual. The third thing is, this is a marvelous development. But if I'm approving a campground and this property or this company decides to pull away, how do we make sure this doesn't turn into the campground where they're backing in their pickup truck with the unit on the back? And how do we can't design that language tonight, but how do we get to that point?
They designed that
Because,
language. Don't they design that language for us?
it's a collaborative effort. I mean, it's what they offer and then we can respond to it, but the point is well taken. That if not this, what? But by the same token, this is very, very, very nice. If Auto Camp goes chapter 7 and a bankruptcy trustee sells this and says, this is a campground and we could have an entirely different owner running the place. And then we're gonna have all these people in here yelling at us all over again. So, those are the three things. So having said all that, I'll make a motion to adjourn this to our January meeting.
Okay.
so I think you have to-
Let me comments. I mean, we will come back and.
Well, there is a,
Okay.
actually, there is a motion on the table. We should vote out. Didn't you just make a motion?
Well, I got around to it, but that's what it is, very end. It's my.
I guess it hasn't been seconded, so.
Well, he has to restate it because he
Yes.
said adjourn.
Right.
Yeah.
Motion.
Okay, I'll support, but can we put some conditions on that postponement so that the applicant is clear in what we're asking? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, in regards to your conditional zoning, what are you going to present to us if the conditional zoning is where we're gonna go? Understanding how the contractual capacity for the sewer is going to be handled. Road commission. How are we going to make sure that there's safety within that road and working with the Allegan County Road Commission? And it also is going to be conditional on the zoning of that parcel.
And the workforce housing.
Yeah, and the work. Okay.
That was new.
I will accept those modifications.
I like
It could be great. Would it be helpful?
I think those are the only ones, right?
Would it be helpful as well as to, if we could come in with our site plan submission as well in January, so we're not keep backing this up, and if would that be helpful in the decision-making process? I know Renee, you
Well-
want sequential, but I'd be helpful for us to kind of show you.
Certainly over the next two months, if we, I guess, if we have all those answers, but even with the site plan, we would still put a condition on it because we don't have these other things that are important to this community.
Yeah, well, I guess the reason I was only bringing that up is just because the definition, the decel lane, we'd have the engineering, the road connecting, the other things that would kind of answer some questions, is my thought.
So they want to come in with a detailed site plan at the same time.
The road commission
I
requires.
don't see why not. I don't know why not.
Yeah.
Do you need to say that or?
No,
No.
the applicant has a choice.
You
As long
can do
as
that.
you can be a detailed site plan.
I'd like to support.
Does the site plan need to be
Presented. Sorry.
You got all that, Morgan? Sure.
We had a motion on the table.
Yeah.
Discussion's not open to the public.
So you created the motion. I added some amendments. I supported it and you support that
Yeah.
and I support that. So I think.
No, I
we're good.
support it.
Well, you can.
Second.
I think we do a roll call.
Okay, then, yeah, let's do a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Butler,
Yes.
Ms. Ground,
Yes.
Ms. Helmer.
Yeah.
Mr. Helmer, excuse me.
Helmrich,
Mr.
and I was the second.
Helmrich, Mr. Eiley,
Yes.
Mr. Stannis.
Can I hear the motion again, please? I'm sorry.
Motion to table until the January meeting.
Postpone.
To postpone until the January meeting to answer the conditions as laid out by Ms. Webster.
Which is associated with the conditional zoning, which is in the packet. The capacity, the sewer and road mission. In regards to out of solid, thinking about our traffic safety that this community is looking at. Also the
The use of
hotel.
existing motel for
use of
staff.
the Hotel staff.
And do we have to say the January? I mean, what if it's February? We're just
I guess-
voting. Was there a date?
Well, we can always postpone again in January.
Okay.
Right, yeah, let's shoot for
If-
January.
Let's shoot for January, but if you call us and say, holiday's been, can we have another month? Obviously, we're not gonna be.
And certainly that we may have the road commission and the issue with the sewer may take longer than 2 months.
Maybe not.
Especially.
Yeah, so may.
We have a good relationship with the road government.
So January, we'll shoot for January and if not. So does that
Yes.
answer your question?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Stannis, yes. Ms. Webster, yes, and did I mix somebody? Mr. Ward?
Yes.
I think it passed 5-0.
Yep. Motion passed.
7-0.
Okay. All right.
Can I make a?
Yes.
I would like to address this to the applicants, and I don't know if this came from the applicant. By the way, your presentation tonight was very strong and very helpful. But in what we were given, and this might have come from MDOT, and this is just because I'm very biased about our township. I serve on the board as well as the planning commission. There's a page in here about Saugatuck, Michigan population, which has nothing to do with this project. AutoCamp is not proposing going into Saugatuck and has a population of 853 people. Just want you to know.
The traffic study is uses that.
Oh, the traffic.
And I know,
I'd
like I
like to
said,
see it.
it might not have been your,
Yeah,
you know, the township is
Thanks for.
3,450 people.
Yeah.
We were the fastest growing township in Allegheny County
Right.
in the new census, so,
Yeah.
and like I said,
Because it
that's
does-
just my bias, but we're
Because
not
it does
just tiny
refer to
little
a-
800 people.
It refers to a decrease in population in the city of Saugatuck, where actually the township grew by almost 20%.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that's right.
We're a lot bigger than the two cities combined.
Yeah.
They're concerned with that traffic study, nice it is, but it's taking that Allegan crossroad and down on Tuesday, and it's like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, we're up here in Holland.
But both
They
intersections,
did that, but I'll make sure it's clarified, because if you look at, there's a peak day on Saturdays, which is when the peak occurred at noon.
Yeah, but with that Allegan the Allegan road.
It was based on the traffic counts on the highway when we start. I'll clarify.
Okay.
but both these
I think that's
intersections are in Saugatuck Township.
Yeah.
Neither are in the city.
So, thank you. At this
Thank you.
point, we'll take a 5-minute breather.
Yeah.
So if anybody has to.
Yeah, we might need more time to use the facility.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
did a great job.
Those are out there. I was trying so hard not to have. And
No, that was, you can take yourself.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And I didn't mean to do it.
No, it's good. It's the same, something I'm like, yeah, well, that's true. And then you guys look at it like, well, you need to hear that. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
we're
true.
not 800 people. We share the same name.
Yes.
And again, very.
Yeah.
I'm glad it worked technically.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Right, this is existing zoning.
Yes.
Right, the plan, the master plan.
There is always a comment period at the beginning of the day. But we will not address that line item.
When I look at this.
Does that make sense? So I'm gonna walk you through all this stuff first. and This public comment period.
Yes, okay.
You wanted to complain about,
So.
or you wanted to comment.
I didn't do that. I know. I didn't, I saw.
You come in.
So I
Really, I just.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, totally understand that.
Okay.
All there.
Well.
No, I
I mean, then our master plan.
Yeah.
Yes. How do you need to go there? Yeah, it's so we're Bergen and our. In construction. Make sure. Yeah.
And. Tire match.
Yes.
It means 100% even though. Give me.
I've been.
How you doing? Doing well, good to see
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey, it's like.
I was saying, so it's like, once you know to have. Yeah. Yeah, you're. Thank you. Your economics. You don't like society. Why we go up our. So why don't they try? You like chocolate?
We haven't met. Did you find her?
I'm sore. I fell asleep.
Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you, neighbor.
No, we're having.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, let's get your posters. Here you go.
We talked about it.
All right.
It would not have been any.
We are gonna start the next thing.
I said, and we can read, so that was kind of our, I actually. In that business. Had no events. What's that? I know. Yeah, and so it's.
Guys, make sure you keep all of your AutoCAD stuff, you know, for anything that's postponed, because we won't make the copies.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Make us a copy of the 30, 50 pages.
Yeah, no.
They really talk about it. We can have a discussion.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for your thoughts. Appreciate it. And you did it that way.
You got another one for you. You want me to take care of them?
Sure.
Drops down a couple feet.
Oh, but it.
That's when I was having all, it wasn't loading. It's speeding up.
Oh, yeah, just like it.
Yeah.
You couldn't share.
I am sure. And I was at the time, but when it was live stream. Like speeding. That's when.
Oh, then they did.
I'm assuming so. That's the time and panicking like. Today.
We can.
Yeah, but usually, yeah, you would share screen and.
We're gonna more of that.
Yeah. Like the microphones.
Like show up.
Learning all day today. I was. We do.
We can't do it. It's outside, or I don't want to do it. Highly. But I think so. And it's the. So whether I have that authority. That's my. We can't let that. We all actually. We don't spend long by saying there are some. Projects that.
You guys, your group is back? We're back. Okay, everybody's here? All right.
I appreciate Daniel.
Okay. All right, so everybody's back. Now we'll move on to number 7, new business. Item C, site plan review for Holland Hospital. Agent here for Dreesinga Associates. And for parcel 20-003-012-00, which is zone C1. So at this point, it is a public hearing. No,
No public hearing.
no public hearing. All right,
Just
even
site
better. Oh, it is. Yep, sorry. Yes, site plan review.
So permitted use.
So at this point, we will open the floor to
Well, thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us. Quick introduction, I'm Josh Bowman. I'm the Director of Facilities for Holland Hospital. So I'm representing us this evening. This is John Tempest. He's with Driesing and Associates. He'll actually be doing the presentation for us. So I'll provide just a quick overview of what we're looking to do, who we are, and why we chose this site. I'll allow John to get into the details, and I can answer any questions from there. So I think most people are familiar with us, Holland Hospital, as local provider of good healthcare in the community. We try to stretch along the lakeshore, going as far as north to Grand Haven and south to South Haven and east towards Zealand. That's kind of the physical makeup of where we actually have our locations. We have our main campus right in Holland at 602 Michigan Ave, and then we have different ancillary buildings off of those, either leased locations with landlords or owned locations that we own ourselves. And the makeup of those are primary care, lab services, radiation services, rehab services, specialty services, anything, urologies, neurologies, I call it theologies, you know, any of those services we tend to offer. There's been some growth right now in the market with primary care, so family practice. So that's some of the growth that we're seeing here today, and one of the reasons that we're looking to do this project. So some of you may be familiar with a lease location that we currently have in Douglas, and that location offers rehab services, lab services, and some primary care services today. We've been looking at that location as an opportunity to get out of a lease and into a building that we actually own and can control a little bit more from just a space standing point and not having a lease location. During that time, we experienced quite a bit of growth in the primary care market, like I said, which is now saying to us, we need more square footage. So we thought there were some constraints around expanding our lease locations. So this would be a good time to look to actually build a location. And that's where we've landed today. So we're looking to go from approximately 6,000 square feet into roughly 15,000 plus, just under 16,000 square foot of own location. So the services that will remain fairly neutral from what we're doing today are rehab, along with our lab services. And then the growth that you're seeing are more on the primary care side. Right now, we have 2 physicians out of that location today, and this would grow us up to 6 if we wanted to. But a 16 example. Out of some of that growth, you'll start to experience some specialty services, like I mentioned before. So we have room to support those services, along with some ancillary services like X-ray, ultrasound, and echo. So that will be in the building as well. So usually those are, you know, scheduled things that you typically receive from a primary care. So the building supports that as well. As far as the dot on the map, I would say, obviously, we're looking in the Saugatuck Douglas area. As far as the actual physical location, this property we identified as a good opportunity, developed a relationship with the existing owner. They wanted to sell. We thought it would be a good fit for that corridor, already zone C1. So we went through this next step with development with architect Matthew Colleen out of Chicago, along with Driesing Associates out of Holland. And so that's where we are today. So I'll turn it over to John, and feel free to, you know, focus any questions back to me if we get into that, if you could. So.
Do you have any idea about how many patients you see during a day?
That's a great question. I like to say it typically, I like to think about it more per hour, right? Okay. So how many patients do we see per hour? And so we actually have it planned right now. There's 60 parking spaces total, 34 spaces for visitors, 36 for visitors, and 24, is it, John?
I believe so.
Yeah, so
36
ish per hour, yes. And some of those volumes will change. You'll have some lab services that could come early morning, be in and then out by the time your scheduled cases arrive during the day.
I have 2 questions. Did you say that you're currently in South Haven?
We have a leased location in South Haven, actually.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, so feel about Douglas.
We Holland Hospital have a leased location. It's actually somewhat of a, I don't want to use the word partnership, but OB-GYN Associates is down there in a building that we actually lease. So you don't see our Holland Hospital name in that sense.
And then you said, I don't want to mischaracterize you, but I thought I heard you say there's growth in the family care / primary care physician realm in this area. Can you help me understand what you mean by there's growth there? There's more demand?
There's more demand. That could be a combination of either actual bodies, people moving into the community, and there's need for that, or there could be actual physicians moving out of the market, and we are picking up some of that volume, I believe is where that's coming from.
Okay.
I know that's more the story in Holland and Grand Haven. I believe it's a very similar story for Saugatuck. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else on the clinical side before I allow John to kind of talk about some of the site?
Well, when's the current lease up in Douglas?
Great question. Yeah, we're looking to extend that lease out 1 year. So it'd be April 2024.
And currently, how many primary care physicians are based there?
There's 2 today.
But they're not full-time, right? Or are they?
They are full-time.
Okay.
Yeah, so 6 exam rooms out of that clinic today. Yeah.
And you said you envisioned potentially 16?
Well, that includes the 4 exam rooms for the rehab side. So, yes.
But the therapist, that would include a therapist.
Yes, that's how we're doing our count with traffic count. So
that seems like a really big.
Yeah, yeah.
So your goal is March to March, right? You want to get going in March
Yes.
23 and wrap it up March 24. Right?
Goal is March to March. Okay. Moving dirt this March would be our goal. Yes.
And do you know, I mean, I've been there many times for blood work, but how many parking spaces are at the Douglas facility? Do you know, just as comparison?
That's a great question because it's a much larger location. So
Right.
we only focus on that one side.
I know.
Yeah.
I've never seen more than 6 cars there.
No.
So
Yeah.
it just seemed like 60 is a big leap, but
With some of the growth that we're expecting for the primary care side, that could be. So we feel that parking does support the building, and the building is built, beyond what we have today. Yeah.
do you know that a lot of people from Saugatuck drive all the way to Holland now for primary care and ancillary services?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes, so we have to be careful not to just steal that growth, right? From someone who is currently driving to Zealand to see a physician.
Yeah.
And is now just gonna pick that up down in Saugatuck. So that's a real thing. We have to be careful not to just.
When would you have the list of physicians here? When would the list be available?
That's a great question.
I can walk there. I've been with my doctor for 20 years in Holland, but I'm just saying. No, all seriousness, it's a good idea.
We're pretty excited. There's nothing wrong with the Douglas location. I've been at the hospital roughly 12 years. The landlord is, the building is dated. We tried to look at expanding down there, tried to work with the landlord on it. They're actually out of Champaign, Illinois, and we just don't see much buy-in from them from a landlord standpoint. So we decided to try to.
It was built to be a hospital.
It was a hospital. Yeah, Douglas Hospital.
That's why it's 20 miles an hour on that.
Never go in the basement there. That's the key. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to know.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm John Tempest with Reason Associates, civil engineer for the project, and I'll just give you a quick recap of the site and the layout, and then happy to answer any questions that you have as well. So I have a copy of the landscaping plan up on the board, and I probably know you guys aren't going to be able to see it very well. But I'll try to kind of walk through it, and I don't know if you have.
Is that in?
Do we have that in the packet? You might be able to put it up.
92 it starts, all right.
And actually, if you want to pull it out so that others can see, since we have.
I think I have it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's several pages in.
Okay.
So that, others can see it.
Share screen.
I'm not sure the best place to put this.
You just tell me what to do.
That's good.
That's great. Thank you.
So, as Josh mentioned, we've got, a proposed medical office building that's going on the site. This plan in front of you is really the best one to just kind of illustrate what the site itself is going to look like. So we've got our proposed facility, and there's a rendering of the building in your packet as well that kind of gives you a view of the building as you would come in that driveway. Just to give you a sense for what the facility looks like. We've got a circle entrance drive coming in here with ADA parking right at the front. And a couple additional ADA parking spaces here. So these are the 36 spaces kind of off to the side and in the front here for patient parking. And then there's 24 spaces in the back, which are really going to be primarily used by the staff for the facility. We've got detention areas, actually retention areas. These are going to be stormwater management basins that will take the water from the parking and the roofs, infiltrate that into the ground. Those are one right in this location and one right in this location. So just real quickly, the retention areas are kind of here and here. This is all the patient parking, and then this is all of the staff parking in the back.
Quick question. It looks like that's all lawn. Is that correct? All the green stuff, is that am I taking it too literally? Is it all lawn?
All the green is vegetation. It's not necessarily lawn.
Okay.
So, that's going to be either existing or new lawn vegetation areas. So, and I think to probably the question you're getting at is the tree preservation area. And there were some comments from Lene in the memo about that tree preservation area. Here is this dashed line here is that 70-foot setback for the tree preservation zone. And you'll see we are impacting some of that with our drive entrance. What we've done, and in fact, I've got a plan here that I could show you. I don't think this was in the packet. Yeah, if you want to just pass those around. That's an exhibit that our landscape architect put together that specifically illustrates all the trees within that tree preservation zone and what is happening to those trees. And there's a number of trees within that zone that are actually of poor health. They're either Scotch pine or red pine that they're tall and basically the bottom 30 or 40 feet have no branches on them. The branches are all up at the top. Right. The tree is really unhealthy. It's at risk of dying and falling down, causing hazard. So there's a few trees that are identified in that way that are going to be coming out simply because they're being choked off by the healthy trees that are in there. And the healthy trees primarily are the white pine and the maple, trees that are native to this area. The Scotch pine and red pine, it wasn't, the landscape architect isn't certain which type they are because, she can look at the bark, but she can't find the tree and get to the needles and, look at the detail of it. But they're not necessarily the high quality native tree that a white pine is. And there's some beautiful large white pines on that property that are going to be preserved. And one in particular, just to the left of the driveway, right toward the front, it's a tree that's got a 30-inch trunk on it. So it's a massive tree. And what we've done is we've sited the driveway to minimize impact to those really high quality trees within that zone. So that exhibit that's in front of you illustrates that. There are some other deciduous trees that again are not very healthy and really are being choked out by the healthier, more vibrant trees that are in there. And so what we're trying to really just focus on preserving all of the trees that have value in their preservation and trying to thin out just enough to take the dead and dying trees out that are at risk, frankly, of dying and falling over anyway.
But can I just ask a question? Because I haven't seen this yet. Looking at them side by side, though, some of the ones
I'm not seeing all of the ones that say saved appearing on the landscape plan.
There are probably some trees that were identified after the landscape plan was prepared. The exhibit is new. And in terms of the trees that are going to be saved, the exhibit is more accurate than the landscape plan. And I apologize for the discrepancies there. You'll notice on the site plan and the landscape plan, as well as that exhibit, we do have a corridor of trees that are proposed to be removed for the water and sewer connection. We actually would be willing to consider redesigning those utilities to avoid or minimize impacts. I know there was discussion with Dana Bird about the sanitary sewer connection, and the record plans that he provided to us show a manhole up at the northeast corner of the site, basically along the line of the overhead power line corridor. That manhole, if it exists, it's nearly impossible to find. We actually went out looking for it with a metal detector, poked around for it, could not find it. We opened the manhole on the north side of the road that supposedly sends a branch across the road to the manhole on the south. And that north side manhole only has pipes coming in from the east and from the west, nothing to the south. So we actually reached out to Dana. We haven't coordinated with him yet, but we suspect that that manhole that the record plans show is there may not actually be there. Regardless, the sanitary sewer connection can be relocated either to the driveway alignment or to the far east property line where that manhole is shown on the record drawings. And that would eliminate that corridor of removals directly to the building. So
And what about the water?
the water as well, the water and sewer, we would relocate those together. And the water, actually, I think only we show one water line. There would need to be two separate water lines, one for the fire suppression and one for the domestic service. And that was another item identified in Dana's letter. So the domestic, the fire and sewer would all be relocated either to the driveway or to that far east corridor.
That was a big thing that we talked about. The Holland Hospital we've had several initial conversations, and they've invited me to their tree inventory walks and have been very collaborative in the process for the site plan. But one of the big things that kind of lingered and wasn't reflected in the submittal, as I mentioned, was that there would be this cut for the driveway, but they were also proposing another cut in the tree preservation area for these underground utilities, and that was a concern. So I'm glad to hear that you're having a second thought on that.
If I could just add, there's a reason we were doing that. The mechanical room is in the bottom left-hand corner of the room, so the utilities are right around the side of the building, right, John?
Right. Yeah.
And so to take them further to the east and bury them under the drive obviously is a longer route and higher cost for us to do that. So, but that's where we're at right now, is to try to lessen the impact in the 70-foot tree preservation zone in order to put it underneath the driveway. So that's, we're trying to give that towards the project, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the landscape plan was put together by Joyce Wise with the idea she was trying to preserve as much as possible, but at the same time take into account site safety and long-term impact of those trees. You can see that, you know, hopefully around the whole site, not just the 70-foot. So
yeah, there's a lot of existing trees along the perimeter, the south, east, and west sides that are going to be saved, and then additional trees that you can see throughout the site that are going to be planted to really enhance, you know, the scenery and the aesthetic of the site and make this, you know, something that is appealing and also, you know, fits within the character of the Blue Star corridor and all the beautiful trees that are in the area.
I'd like, at some point, when you're all discussing the tree preservation ordinance and language related to this. I hope that you can weigh in a little bit about the vision of that tree preservation zone. The one example is the new standard, right, where several key trees were maintained. But by and large, it was pretty much brush hogged around those trees and then new baby trees put in. The way I have read the tree preservation zone is that other than, aside from removing some dying, like strategic removal, I read it to be kind of kept as a do not touch, except for the 20-foot of driveway. But, and what I see on this plan is more of that new standard look where everything is cleared around these key trees and then lawn is put in. I don't want to be the only one sort of saying that. I'd really like to hear from you all about that, but I think that that's one of the big things in the site plan review for me was just that tree preservation zone. Everything else is, you know, right in line with our ordinance.
I'm glad you brought up lawn, because that was the core of my question. Am I looking at all golf course lawn wherever I see green? And I'm just curious if you folks have considered naturalized surface treatment as opposed to installing sprinklers and making a putting green and so forth. It's kind of old fashioned. You have to maintain it. Once you put it in, you have to maintain it with water and fertilizer and mowing and blah, blah, blah. And we have sort of a different vibe in Saugatuck than in some of the other cities. And I think a naturalized perimeter would, I've seen it look fantastic, and I think it would look very at home here. So it's not a requirement. I'm just like giving a little bit of a point of view, and I'm asking if you would consider that.
Well, and what we're trying to do with this aesthetic here, you know, and to get to your original question about the green, you see the light green areas throughout the plan.
Yeah.
Those are the areas where existing vegetation at the ground level is going to be maintained.
Good.
So areas where we've got clusters of trees that are all, again, healthy, vibrant trees, all of that surrounding area would be left in its existing condition. But what we found looking through this area, a lot of this, there's very little understory growth today. And so if we come in and we remove the dead and dying trees, there is some disturbance to that soil. We are going to have to come back in.
You have to do something
and do something to stabilize it. And there's really no, you know, there's very little in terms of, you know, healthy grasses that are growing there today. So a lot of this is going to be newly seeded.
It's a forest. There's no grass there at all.
As you walk it, you realize that if we're gonna develop this, that what's gonna be left behind is very unkept, right?
But I guess, well, I think you're saying this, but I'll say it. We don't need a lot. We don't really desire a lot of grass at that location. There's native grasses, you know, tall grasses, indigenous plants, you know, this just. I love the project idea, but if you could put a little more local aesthetic into this, that would be appreciated.
That way you don't.
New
pay
standard did
somebody
a
to cut it
golf
every
course.
week.
Right, and fertilizer, and it's not environmental, and sprinkler systems.
In other words, we're trying to save you money.
Yeah.
We thought we were doing that by the number of trees that we noted existing. You
Yeah.
know, the majority of this plan is just littered with existing.
Yeah, but you don't do that here for sure.
Well, that's, you know, that's
An awful lot of grass. Make those internal areas bigger.
If you can, and keep in mind too, that if there's a lot of existing trees that remain, that limits the amount of light that gets to the ground, so you're not gonna be able to maintain
Or grass.
fucking bluegrass, or, much of anything, really.
The doctors won't be practicing or putting that much.
The community I live in is very similar to the trees that are in there, that it's actually you know, a lot of pines, a lot of that have since been choked out. And like you're saying that, I mean, the branches with actual leaves on them, with the, you know, the coniferous ones anyways, are so high.
They're only the top. 10
And
or
then
15
they
feet.
choke out every, you know, and everything gets choked out underneath it. So to thin it out, I think is healthy.
Exactly.
But it's still going to be fairly dense to where I don't see much growing there as far as grass. Right, it's fine. So
All right, didn't mean to derail you. I was genuinely curious.
I guess we just say that the more natural, the better.
Yeah.
So it
Keep it.
it's basically that 75 feet would be that light colored green. Except for
Yeah.
the driveway.
Yeah.
Except for
Is that what the tree preservation means to you guys?
Well, yes.
But we're agreeing to remove the stuff that's choking out and the stuff that's causing the other stuff to die, is that right? We like that approach?
Yep, I do. Yep.
So we're creating some openness.
Yes.
When we're doing this. But then we have to get on the same page with what we're gonna put back.
Right.
And it sounds like we don't like the idea of irrigated grass.
Right.
Like,
Yes.
I don't want to speak for. Maybe this is off record, but we would agree with that concept. We agree with a filtered visual of the building. That's kind of what we're hoping for. Yes. Yes.
People used to call it common sense. I mean, you don't want grass, grass that you have to pour water every day just to maintain some sort of greenness on it. So, I think we're all on the same page.
I mean, no one's gonna walk it. It's handy where it's in a location where children are gonna play and dogs are gonna walk and you have to put grass down. It's biological carpeting, but this is just look at. And we don't have to do something like that.
I'm a little concerned though that there's gonna be a difference of opinion when there's a desire for filtered views of the building. Versus our ordinance is for tree preservation, right? And I'm looking for the language, but it's very specific about the certain percent of trees or the tree canopy or whatever that can be removed.
What's in conflict with what they have? I mean, they're only taking out things that are diseased. I don't understand their problem.
Well,
So language in the.
I think it's a little bit like how is it done, right? Is it done mechanically and you're marking the big trees and brush hogging all around it? So what about the new things that are trying to grow that aren't diseased, but they're gonna be
10%.
cut out? 10%.
10%.
What page is this?
That's without.
It's 1113 at the top, 4113, and it's under.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
It's second sentence and under number 1.
So it's 10%, no more than 10% without a building permit, site plan approval or tree removal permit in order to preserve possible landscape. So then we could give you a waiver. Says property owners and developers are encouraged to preserve all vegetation, including trees less than 6 inches within the 40-foot wide front yard buffer portion of the TPZ. So there's a 40 and then there's the full 70. So to me, it would mean that in the 40, there's very little any kind of clearing and maybe more potential for clearing from 40 to 70. So in
But
the
Lene,
30,
didn't you just read that they are encouraged? So if there's something that's choking out the growth that we want closer to the ground. What I'm envisioning is some sort of motion to approve subject to a revised landscape plan to be dealt with by staff.
a tree removal permit is based on forest management for the purposes of maintaining and improving a woodlands area by professional forestry management methods.
Applications for this permit must be accompanied by a management plan for the subject area prepared by a county conservation district agent or a forester licensed and registered in the state. The management plan shall include a description of and a schedule for the program, justifying reasons for the work specified, and a summary of the benefits to be obtained. So that's the permit you would get if you intend to do more than, you know, the 10%.
And what, can you say the section number?
Sure, yes, it's section 4112. Protected trees located in a TPZ shall not be removed until a building permit, site plan, or tree removal permit is approved, authorizing the removal of the protected trees. However, removal of protected trees under one or more of the exceptions listed in the section, and I can read those, and tree trimming are not prohibited and do not require a permit. So the exceptions. The following tree removal activities shall be allowed without a building permit, site plan approval, or tree removal permit, unless otherwise prohibited by statute or ordinance. Necessary clearing to proceed with construction in accordance with an approved building permit or an approved site plan issued prior to the date of the article, so that does apply. Tree removal or transplanting occurring during use of land for ag or the operation of a nursery or farm does apply. Tree removal or transplanting for conservation of soil, vegetation, water, fish, wildlife, or other natural resources doesn't apply. Actions made necessary by an emergency such as tornado apply. Repair or maintenance work by public utilities, the DOT doesn't apply. Here's F. Removal of dead, diseased, or damaged trees where the damage resulted from an accident or non-human cause. Number G, tree removal or transplanting for outdoor recreation such as fields, trails, blah, blah. H, tree removal from a swath not to exceed 20 feet in width to provide access to a lot or parcel. Removal of any tree within 25 feet of a dwelling doesn't apply. And removal of 10% of protected trees upon a parcel within a designated TPZ.
10%.
10%. So I think that's why I have these kind of questions for you as a planning commission and for you all. And I've tried to be really straightforward about all of this. And it's been a focus of our calls.
Yeah, absolutely.
After we got the building really worked out.
We appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, so I know you want clear direction.
So there was the clear exception for the dead and dying trees. I think we're all in agreement on that.
But there was some stipulation in that.
Yeah, and then the exception for the driveway.
Where the removal of dead, diseased, or damage, where the damage resulted from an accident or non-human cause.
Yeah. And the trees that are there now that are dead or dying were obviously in that case, in that situation because of natural causes, not anything that we have done.
But the goal is very much not to facilitate a filtered view into the site. It doesn't say removal necessary to maintain
so
a vista of the building.
And again, I think as far as the tree preservation, that is the 70 feet. And it sounded like the understory or the all vegetation really applied to the front 40 feet.
That really see that.
In order to preserve possible landscape requirement waivers and accordance with property owners and developers are encouraged to preserve all vegetation. Including trees less than 6 dBH within the 40-foot wide front yard buffer.
So then I think what we needed is clarification from the planning commission, what your expectation is. Maybe this comes in the form of a conditional approval. What are you gonna require of us in that 40 feet?
And then from 41 to 70.
Yeah.
Do you think you could have that put together? We have another meeting in December, which is on the 12th. Would it be possible for you to put that type of plan together and have it for us, so because I don't want to hold you up, because you're looking March to March, but if you could have something, you could have that in a resolved form for our December meeting. We could, take a look at approving you then in December, and that should keep you on track for your timeline.
I think if we get some clarity tonight on what you're looking for, we can make that happen.
I think, well,
We may not have that meeting, Commissioner.
In December?
We'll see. What, I don't wanna,
Or if we can be
I'm
clear
just
enough,
wondering if
maybe
we could be clear enough.
Maybe I misunderstood. Who is actually who approves the permit to do the work?
The tree preservation permit, I believe the tree preservation permit comes. Say if you don't need a site plan review or something. Maybe that's for somebody who is already existing and maybe they're doing work in the corridor.
Okay.
Or because if you have yours, because it says tree removal permit. Well, in addition to a building permit and approved site plan, a property owner may receive permission to remove protected trees within a TPZ. So that the tree removal permit would be issued by the township.
Later.
So can we get some clarity tonight that would be conditioned upon staff approval of that plan at a later date?
I feel like that's what I wrote, is that staff will supervise landscape plan for vegetation compliance.
Well, the first 40 feet closest to the roadway, I would think you'd just leave the ground cover alone, and then the 30 feet remaining of the 70. Plant there. I mean, that's basically what you just read.
From the property line. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, the tree preservation zone extends 70 feet from the edge of the street right away.
Yeah, so here's that 70 feet line. Here is the 40 feet line.
Okay.
So
Everything from that point to.
from the right of way to 40 feet. We can do one thing, and then from 40 to 70, we can do another.
And what about on the east side? Does it apply there too?
No,
No,
there's no TPZ, it's just in front of Blue Star.
it's only on the.
It's on the Blue Star frontage.
A few other frontages.
And then you have the consumers.
Yep. Yeah, this is the overhead power line right on the property line. So obviously,
Okay.
they have their own requirements and they want to make sure that.
Right. And just, for my own clarification, the adjacent property to the south is that the Blue Star Gym?
Yep.
Or is
To the
it?
left.
To the left. To the left.
Right here.
To that south.
So it's a great place to work out to get injured.
It's to the west.
It's south on Blue Star.
South along Blue Star, yes, but west of the site.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess Lynette, it is, if I'm getting my numbers right and so forth, this plan that they just presented tonight would meet what we've been talking about, right? Is if I look at the 70 feet and 4 feet, is requires a tree preservation in what they notice in here and realizing there's some dead where the driveway is and so forth. Would that meet the requirements?
Yeah, but I think we're talking more about the not planting grass in the.
Well, I thought we were talking about trees too.
We're talking about trees. Holistic.
We're talking about trees.
Holistic.
So now, are we clear on the trees? And so then therefore, what's the ground cover? do we need to talk about ground cover? Is that what they're asking now? I'm a little confused because,
I think the ground cover would come into the 40 to 70 question. Wouldn't it?
Right.
And
I don't-
even
I don't,
Control the first 40 feet.
What
the
I'm-
first 40, you're not,
because we were just talking
Can't
about
touch.
trees.
unless you got.
Well,
driveway
it's
access.
kind of, in order to preserve possible landscape. Order to preserve possible landscape forms. Property owners and developers are encouraged to preserve all vegetation, including trees less than 6 dBH within the 40-foot wide front yard buffer portion of the TPZ prior to approval of a permit. Building permit, site plan, or tree removal permit.
Okay, so we're okay with, so now the question is, what are you going to put in there as ground cover in that 40 feet?
Well, the first 40 feet, we would. Could say that there's nothing, like it's the current ground cover,
Okay.
it's wood chips, it's leaves.
Okay,
And then from 40 feet to the 70 feet. They can remove 10%. And they can also remove a 20-foot wide driveway opening.
And
okay, is
they
that,
can add
is that clear? Is
things,
that
too.
what you're
Add
looking for?
things.
Now, can they add to the 40 and to the 70? Like say they want to put a
You
couple. of
can add
rhododendrons or
trees, I'm
something,
assuming,
right?
it
Yeah.
doesn't say,
Okay.
it says. You can remove anything that resulted from an accident or non-human cause.
There are no prohibitions about adding.
Tree removal from a swath not to exceed 20 feet in width to provide access to a lot or parcel. And 10% of protected trees upon a parcel within the TPZ.
So my guess is, as far as giving you clear direction, you take what you've heard today, talk to your landscape architect and say, hey, they're interested in a more naturalized, they have some hard, fast, black and white rules.
Yep.
And they're interested in more of a naturalized frontage. What can we do? If you're open to that.
Yeah, I think it's clear at this point.
Yes.
I mean, there is one point I want to clarify, and that's the 20-foot width of the driveway. But otherwise, what I sense from you tonight is that you really do want that understory preserved in its natural state within the first 40 feet.
Correct.
But then we have a little bit more flexibility from 40 feet to 70 feet to provide some other landscaping elements that are different than maybe what, preserving the natural understory. Again, there's not as many trees in some of that area that are going to be able to be saved because of the construction that we've got to, implement.
I was just gonna say that based on where the asphalt's at, and then I think with a comment where they can remove from 20 feet from the building edge. Yes, did I hear that correctly, Lene? That construction, I mean, you're really not talking about.
Of a
large area.
dwelling, 25 feet of a dwelling, not a building, dwelling. The dwelling.
That's interesting language.
Yeah.
So you can remove a tree to build a house, but not to build a commercial.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, let's talk about the 20 feet because your driveway is wider than.
our driveway is shown to be 26 feet. And frankly, 20 feet with two-way traffic when vehicles are turning in and turning out. Is an invitation for conflict. There are gonna be accidents, there are gonna be problems. 20 feet on a long, straight, narrow stretch is manageable, but 20 feet where you've got vehicles turning in and out. And then you've got the movements of vehicles going around the circle drive into the parking spaces. I'm not sure where the 20-foot dimension came from for the ordinance, but that's not a practical width for a commercial driveway.
Right.
By any stretch of the imagination.
It's not safe.
It's not safe.
I think I even saw that it says 26 feet
Ours is
minimum
smaller,
somewhere, and I
yeah.
was trying to find where I saw
So they
that.
were.
So therefore, they would,
No.
as part of our condition is that if the commissioner felt comfortable, then instead of maintaining a 20-foot driveway, it would be 26 feet. We could put that as a condition. Okay. If commissioners not comfortable, the only other thing that, in looking that you brought up is bringing the water and sewer, but you guys know that as you bring some of those lines as we're trying to preserve trees. So how that fits in, you're gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah. And we'll work the details out with Dana.
Okay,
And again, that's a, you know, as Josh mentioned, it is gonna add cost to the project, but we understand. You know, the objective here to preserve trees and so that's something we're willing to comply with. We'll move those utilities either to the driveway corridor or in the case of the sanitary sewer, it would move over to that far east side of the property where that manhole is supposedly to be.
So you're writing that down.
What's that?
Write that down.
I got 3 conditions so far.
The 26 feet, we're allowed to.
26
the
feet,
landscape-
staff supervises landscape plan. And engineer approval for utility access.
You need to have, the site plan needs to indicate pedestrian pathway. Wheel stops will be provided with parking at the base of the pedestrian walkways.
Now, in a case like that, our sidewalk is 6 inches up from the pavement edge. So there's a hard edge there for,
So
Okay,
we would
that
need
would
that.
act as a
We would
wheel
need
stop.
we don't need that then. That wasn't clear. on the
Right.
drawing.
Yeah, and I apologize, that,
Lighting plan needs to be updated.
Does.
Okay. The only other question I had was sign. I don't have anything, at least I didn't see anything in regards to sign, both what's allowed on the building as well as on the.
So
I'm
they,
assuming you want one on Blue Star and you want one on 135th.
so we typically have them submit their sign permit separately and then we
Okay.
go through and look at our.
Okay, so we don't need to see that on the site plan. Okay,
there is a sign location indicated on Blue Star.
A monument.
Yeah.
Monument sign on.
It's just to the right side of the driveway.
And then
Yeah,
there's
these are
one on
recent.
the rendering, but we haven't reviewed the sign placement. Or the size or the height or any of that, so we should note and just be clear that. We see that you've placed one here, but I don't know if it meets our sign setbacks or anything like that.
It'd be a monument lit sign is what we would propose.
And we're not proposing one on 135th, correct?
We're not, no, because that's staff would be.
Yeah, that wouldn't be it.
you don't see anybody coming down and the back way and,
They might figure it out.
okay, but you don't, the sign, you're not really that, okay,
Maybe a repeat person.
That's how John's gonna walk.
yeah.
Well, I can walk up that drive.
Go from
I'll know
spectators
where.
and have lunch and then
I'll
go
know
over
where,
to the doctor.
depending why you're going to the doctor, you may have to be able to. That's true.
Okay.
Sure, they'll come get me.
And then there was another, oh. Sorry,
No,
Yeah.
go ahead.
we're still,
You're chairman.
well, we were still kind of on the developer. And Dana had also brought up the easement. To allow future public sewer service down 135th. 64th to Sandbrook Lane, so I think. I wasn't 100% clear on where you wanted to see that, if that was actually on their property, it must be on their property, I would think you'd want a utility easement.
I think that actually falls primarily on the property to the east.
It does, okay,
And that's again, based on the presumed location for the manhole. Which is right about here. It's just off the property to the right or to the east of the overhead power line.
so there is an existing easement already there.
Well, there's supposedly a manhole there. Again, we haven't been able to find it.
Yeah,
The plans show it, but there's no physical evidence in the field that it exists or that it was actually built. But, you know, to Dana's point, there were plans, I guess, for that sanitary sewer to come across and then south through this property. And if any portion of that easement would, fall on Holland Hospital's portion of the property, I think we'd be agreeable to granting that easement. One of the challenges, though, of course, is that Consumers Energy already has an easement over that power line. And so we would have to make sure that their easement and the sewer easement can coexist.
So I guess, but the property now has water and sewer access for this building, right?
It does right now, assuming that manhole does not exist,
Okay.
that access is requiring a cut or trenching across Blue Star.
I just don't understand this easement language, which doesn't
doesn't serve your needs.
Yeah, it's not to benefit us, it's to benefit other customers in the township.
Yeah.
Potential customers like me that
Yes.
have a septic, that whole street, so I just.
So as you bring the sanitary across, you're tapping into a manhole? Is that the objective? And
Well-
running the sanitary across from the manhole?
The lead would not tap directly into the manhole, we wouldn't do that, but it would tap into the line. Either directly north of that manhole, or there would be a stub out the south side of the manhole that we would then have our lateral go to.
Okay. So I was just trying to understand what the reasoning for the location of the sanitary to the east then. If that was,
The change in that?
well, because I think you were leaving it open to run the sanitary along that property line there because, and I thought it had to do with the location of the manhole, which led me to believe you were bringing it over from the manhole itself, but maybe I misunderstood that.
Yeah, I mean that, again, Dana's plans show a manhole right about here, and he was suggesting we should tie into the main
So
there instead of.
So that condition is really only if that manhole exists.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we'll use it if it's there.
Yeah.
We don't have to cross Blue Star then.
Okay,
So,
I
but
get it.
either way, I think, we'll work with Dana, we'll provide him the information that we now have gleaned from our site investigation. He could do a little more digging and we'll either find that manhole and then tie into the main there, or we'll have to, potentially come across here with our service to the main on the other side of the road.
Makes sense.
John, do you want to talk through the sanitary? All right, in paragraph that you was comment about the 2,000 gallon.
Oh, yeah, so
We were talking on that.
speaking of capacity. Again, we've talked a lot about the contractual capacity versus the physical capacity in the previous agenda item. Dana had done a quick estimate based on some assumptions that he made for the facility and what kind of flow this would provide. We actually have records and we'll be able to provide those to Dana for other similar facilities that Holland Hospital owns, that their actual flows are much lower than what he estimated. So like an order of magnitude lower. So in reality, we're probably talking about, I think he had estimated 10 to 15% of your contractual capacity would be used by this facility. It's probably more like 2 to 3%.
So not a lot of people.
Well, the stuff that goes into the cup doesn't, yeah.
Hand sanitizer versus hand sanitizer. So we did some measurements,
But it is good to hear.
facility that's 32,000 square feet, so double the size and we're a lot lower. Yep. So that was good news.
And we can provide that information to Dana for his review.
Do you have a proposed motion?
Yes, I do, but we're ready.
Ready.
Right about it, order of attendance, a good idea if you can pop that up.
I move to approve the site plan as presented for Holland Hospital at 3500 Blue Star Highway, parcel 20-003-012-00, which is zone C1. The following conditions. Tree protection that we had talked about extensively as per section 4113, as well as the ground cover at the 40 feet and the 70 feet area. The clearing for the driveway shall not exceed 26 feet in width. Tree clearing for underground water and sewer shall be at a location to minimize the disturbance per tree preservation. Did I say that right? Does that help?
So it would be along the east property line or aligned adjacent to the driveway, I think is what they said.
So you're doing what you can to minimize that, okay. The site plan shall indicate pedestrian pathways within the site. The lighting plan shall be updated. And again, compliance with all our necessary offices and ordinances, and working with Dana and the township engineer in regards to the sewer and water and fire Same with Allegan County Road Commission. Is there anything I missed?
You want to say engineer approval of all utility access?
Sure.
Okay.
Clarification, 26 feet. I think I heard you say not to exceed
Not
26.
to exceed.
So the driveway as drawn is exactly 26 feet. And they will need a buffer on either side for that driveway. So maybe we contemplate that and
Do I need to? Or are we just talking 26 feet of asphalt?
It's asphalt.
the asphalt's 26 feet, then there's curbs.
Right.
Right, and then there's setbacks from the curb, so it's a minimum 30-foot swath to get a 26-foot drive for trees.
Or we could just say that.
26-foot driveway plus buffer zone.
Okay, there,
Minimal.
yeah, minimum, what's required. And I don't know if the road commission creates part of that discussion in regards to a driveway or.
It comes down to the practical needs of constructing a 26-foot wide asphalt surface, and 30 feet is probably the minimum. As you
Yes.
pointed out, thank you for bringing that up.
Also, Dana had mentioned contacting Eagle to go through their checklist, a permit checklist.
He did, and we actually did complete that checklist. We haven't provided that back to him yet, but we will. And there were only 2 items in that checklist that do require permit. One is the soil erosion control, and then one is related to medical waste.
And we don't want to know about it.
They're prepared to comply with those requirements.
And so that's my motion.
All right.
Support.
Second, is there any discussion? No? No, I think we're all good. Shall we do
Roll call?
roll call vote?
Okay, making sure I get everybody. Mr. Butler,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Mr. Eiley,
Yes.
Mr. Ennis,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Webster, yes, Worth,
Yes.
yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And unanimously.
Before you go.
I have 2 questions and they weren't relative to what we just did. I'm just curious, I want to clarify. Does the hospital, does Holland Hospital, do they own this property? Have they purchased it?
We have not purchased it yet. We have a closing date set
Do planning to?
after this.
And just this parcel, not the land
That's correct.
to the right,
That's correct.
going towards like Gossamer Creek.
Correct. Same owner. Same,
That's saying it's the current. owner.
Yes.
And who's that?
we split this off from the other side.
Okay, that's what I thought, but who's the current owner?
It's a LLC, I think it's Blue Star Meadows.
That, oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
I have just a curiosity. Does Holland Hospital pay property tax on the land in Holland? The hospitals pay property tax?
We're actually nonprofit.
I was gonna say that.
So is this an extension of that and same situation would play out here?
Potentially, if we would apply for it, yes. If we're granted it, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Of course, the amount that they charge for their customers will reflect that. Of course.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have one more new business item. D, so everybody got the schedule for 2023. We just need to approve. Take a look at it. All those in favor? Okay.
Those are Tuesday, it's the 3rd Tuesday.
And may I make a suggestion in regards to, you might want to put that on bold in our website, so that people realizing it's different than in your application, either bold or underline it so that people know that it is a change.
I will do that only if you tell me who's not gonna do this.
All right, so then we'll move on to township board update.
Okay, I'll speed through this. The township board met on the November 9th and 16th. Parks Commission Chair Jim Searing spoke at one of the meetings to applaud the efforts. Parks millage passed with over 60% of the vote. First time we've had a Parks millage even on the ballot. It's gone through. It'll go on summer tax bills starting next year. Aero Waste rep came to speak against any consideration of a single hauler contract. There was talk about the proposed fee schedule and how some of the changes and increases could affect potential of attainable housing being built. Let's see, we approved the 2023 meeting schedule and the new consolidated fee schedule as presented, and forming of a tri-community ad hoc committee to investigate a possible single hauler collection agreement in the future. Let's see.
Single hauler.
Single hauler. Or
Waste.
waste, I'm sorry, waste and recycling.
Residential
cities?
garbage.
Everybody.
Township.
It's a tri-community committee to investigate that potential.
Housing, commercial, everything.
Yes.
Okay, I was curious.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Okay.
and like I said, and it's a process.
Wow.
Would that include PUDs?
A PUD.
Maybe,
Oh,
maybe not.
I think
That is
they're
a que-
excluded,
That is a question,
or
yeah.
it's
It could
case
be
by
con-
case,
Yeah,
maybe?
it could be considered more of a commercial contract.
It's also not clear like HOAs, you know, like by,
That's
right?
what it- yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Okay, yeah, good. It was acknowledged that a month ago, the city of Saugatuck passed a resolution to the Army Corps of Engineers stating that a proposed marina on township property north of the Kalamazoo River was not in the public interest. Then we had a special meeting on the 16th, which was to review the current building renovation plans and discuss public communication of those plans. Work could begin as early as January 6th and 2nd on this building. Do you want to add anything to that?
This building, what we're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. Jackie serves on the committee that works with our designers and.
It's moving right along.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
contractor is really great. I mean, the architect is really
and
good.
today was the tour of potential bidders.
How did that go?
It went pretty quick. I think there were many as eight of them showed up, but they were kind of back here and did their own thing.
What's the goal with this building?
It's a complete renovation. There's a lot of site work, a lot of roof repair, basic repair to the building and upgrades, and then a complete interior renovation. And along with that, it's a better sound system.
For more.
Yeah, right.
Better usability, better use of
User friendly.
space.
And safer, cleaner.
Space for meetings, like small group meetings.
And the only expansion is to add a vestibule entrance on this side of the building. The main entrance will be on this.
This would be the
Right.
main entrance to the building. Okay. The current, maybe for staff. We also discussed the need for a resolution to outline how we're spending our ARPA funds, the American Relief Plan Act. We got about $4,000 from the federal government. So at the December meeting, we will be voting on an actual resolution. And the thinking there is to spend some of it on the building renovation. A small amount to kick into for finishing the Blue Star drain. And I should know this by heart. What's the second one in the middle? I went out of order. It'll come to me. I'll get back to it. It's been a long day. Let's see. And we talked about potentially codifying some office policies and procedures. And there was a third meeting, but that was strictly to approve election worker compensation for the November 8th election, which is coming on. As we have record turnout, over 7% of township residents voted, some lines most of the day.
Is that record?
It might be. I don't know for certain, but I'll say it. So it was pretty busy. And then we're going to meet next on December 14th, right here. You're all welcome to go.
Right, thank you.
The only planning update, I guess is really good for the next meeting. Yeah, so we might just shift those agenda items to January. So we're thinking about it because my daughter, I also have a conflict, so I'd be joining BSA only for 4 minutes.
So in 1 or 2 minutes, how's about top rate?
You know what? I have been focused on other getting this week back already, and I was on vacation for a week.
So you're allowed.
We have all your materials, or they made their submission. They have their materials. I just not finished the yet.
Is it okay if we choose to?
I emailed them to him. Let me
January.
see what they think. You know, what day is that? It's not as long of a time for them to wait because we're moving that meeting to the 17th. But we do have a few agenda items. So we have a private road. That's actually part of this Lakeshore Resort. The road that would connect out to Blue Star from that. We have a meeting because some of that is in the city of Douglas, and we have our attorneys and their attorneys. And also we have a big meeting coming up December 15th on that.
So I'm thinking that will be on the January agenda as well as the auto.
Did you see a private road from Lake Shore?
Yes, yes. So, and there's some, and Douglas has requirements that private roads can't be that long, but only part of it's in Douglas, and so there's interpretation questions and.
What's the desire?
Well, I think we can maintain that, the ability to create a road along Lake Shore when Lake Shore falls into Lake Michigan.
That's also part of the private. If this is private, how does that impact, public access and the Lake Shore Drive study and all of that? So there's a lot of, there's just a lot. to think about.
Maybe they're trying to minimize road traffic on Lake Shore by all of their.
Well, it's the issue of it that they closed off, that part of the road failed. The people who own that property have now walled it off, so that's why Lake Shore. I don't think they have the legal right to do that, because that is still public road, they are walling up. But also the same one through the stream, at the other end, when their road failed from the south. And it had to be repaired, they're seeking an entirely different tune, that maybe this road behind all this might be a good idea. But
We're still meeting. So last, but the point that answered your question is that Top Grade did make theirs middle. I think it does include some of that hauling of material from Holland. But I have not paged through that stuff yet.
I suppose if you're satisfied with the approval and you want to suggest that we waive off the December meeting, fine. If you think it's not a viable plan or it's not realistic or it's not going to do 1/3 of what they promised they were going to do all those years ago, we need to know that too. And Leva has to be just fine.
It's just great. Yeah, just in the minutes to the end of the month. So
Yeah.
Okay, I have just a couple questions. And then what are we gonna do with this?
what is that?
Well, this is the.
That's the township board.
I was gonna copy it to the board.
Okay, so I'm gonna take care of this, I should the board, and we don't have to do anything with it. Perfect.
I would also run it by the attorney because we are in litigation.
Whatever the township board says. Okay.
I'm not saying that we're taking action.
Right, yeah, and then let the board take care of it.
That's a Daniel.
Yes, okay, so, but off the planning commission.
Which doesn't require.
Okay. Yes, that's the important thing. Any update on the positive, best buds? Because they're coming up.
So I emailed them, the comments, I emailed them, they reached out, they asked, what the deadline was, and I was really clear that, please go to our application, all the requirements are there, the process is online.
So we could conceivably have to deal with that in January. We deal with that January, or we then say.
I think it's just in our ordinance that says, I would send a letter. Okay, because I did talk to the attorney, and that's about a different one, but same thing.
We don't do anything about that.
Because there's two that are potentially gone.
We did get rid of one. Yeah, the Aficionado is gone.
The bylaws.
The bylaws, I made the corrections that Jackie sent, and then you sent to me, so there were a couple things I emailed you about, but they're good to go. It was just more, the time.
Are we going to receive a copy of what?
You won't have to adopt them.
Okay, so we don't do January. We don't have to do January, we'll do it in February.
Sure.
No rush. We're not ready to go. I have a question. No, we're not interrupting. When do you have any expectation of when the ordinance review would be to the public hearings?
Or zone ordinance. I don't know. I'm gonna text you. I haven't.
I'm just curious, a year away or 4 months?
It's less than that. It should be just a few months.
I mean, I know you said original real.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor?